My Donnie mom on the Epstein list. That's right. It's the reason why he's in power. Jessica Tish, her cousin, is on the Epstein list. It's the reason why she's in power. It's the reason why they're running this fucking city. They got millions. Their families got millions and millions of dollars. And they out here playing. They playing with us. They make their kids run our cities. They out here playing with us. My Donnie's a spoiled little bitch. My Donnie's a spoiled little bitch. Ain't never struggled in his life. But he tried to get out here and act like he is. Tried to get out here and talk like he a rapper and shit. All this shit, he's a fucking actor. And I'm tired of these niggas acting like they care about us. I'm tired of these politicians acting like they care about us. They keep us distracted. Democratic, Republican, fuck that shit. Them niggas eating kids, goddammit. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Democratic, Republicans, they eating kids, goddammit. Wake the fuck up. It's time for a revolution. It's time for the people versus the government. The politicians can't save us. Y'all better wake up or ever be complicit. Forever be complicit. Cause ever be complicit with your motherfucking leaders eating kids, goddammit. Be complicit. Bring it back to the old days when America was great again. Yeah, the Harlem foes. Filthy motherfuckers. And my Donnie is part of the plan. He's just like Obama, a piece of shit. A piece of fucking shit. Now he out here trying to put me on the sidewalk doing Black History Month. He can suck my dick. I came out here for Jessica Tish, but I'll be on his ass because his mama's on the list. His mama's on the list. Yeah, my Donnie's mama's on the list. That's what they don't want us talking about. They don't want us talking about that motherfucking list.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott.
Episode 169, Manufactured Distractions.
And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, our host for today on the afternoon show. We're here all afternoon. The non-tribal approach to news show, network, whatever you want to call it. We're here for you guys whenever you're chiming in, tuning in. If you're between things or, moving on with your life, if you have our show on in the background, we do appreciate it. And we're here to go through all of the crazy world events, the stuff that just keeps getting thrown in our faces on a not just a day-to-day basis, but an hour-by-hour basis. We're doing our best here to shuffle through everything and have these conversations, get this information out to you as you're being bombarded with it from so many different places, wherever comes up on your feed, these shocker headlines that keep appearing on your screens, and you're ready to respond emotionally until you're overwhelmed, and then you check out. This is a cycle that we're on. This is a intentional cycle that we're on. It's not your fault. It's not our fault for tuning out. It's not our fault for getting highly emotional and being impulsive with how we respond to things either. So those extremes is what they count on. They count on us to go one way or the other way. But what we're trying to do here, and we're not in the middle here, guys. What we're here is we're detaching ourselves from that machine. This is a populist movement separate from the duopoly, separate from that machine that keeps us in place, that keeps us guessing, not to mention keeps us at each other's throats, because it's about team politics. It's about our team versus their team, good guy versus bad guy. That's the mindset we're in. So when we have these Epstein files drop, I'm telling you guys, it's exactly the model. Look at it as the blueprint. This is the thing that you're either seeing people overwhelmingly respond with overwhelming emotion, and they're directing it at a particular place, thinking that that's the place they needed to direct it to, or they're checking out altogether. But what we're doing here when we detach from that system itself, we're not meeting in the middle. We're meeting on the outside together. You can even call it from the bottom because it's a bottom up movement, taking on the elites together, the ones who concocted and planned all this stuff. It ain't no conspiracy theory anymore, guys. We're kind of over that part. We're ready to put on our critical thinking hats. These aren't tinfoil hats. That's what they've been telling us. They've been telling us that for years. It's tinfoil. That's a mock. By the way, that is bullying and mocking when people want to do their own research and use their critical thinking skills. So now more than ever, we have to do that right now. No more tribalism. This space is the non-tribal. I told you guys the non-tribal approach to news. It's a non-tribal approach to life. What do we mean by non-tribal? We're still for community. That's different. Community is an open space where we reach our arms out, our hands out in good faith, and we allow people into a space as long as we treat each other with respect, whatever that means to you. Respect should mean not intentionally hurting other people. How about that? How about we have that one rule, and then everything else is up for grabs? Friendly discussion, discourse, disagreement, all of that is great. All of that is fine. That's what it should be about. You don't have to check a bunch of boxes to get in our doors. This is not a tribe. We don't have a cult leader here. We don't have a team leader that's going to tell you to shut your mouth, get in line, or the bad guys might win. We're not going to do that to you. So that's a difference. So if you want to explain that, when people say, isn't what you're doing, isn't that a tribe? No, because if you don't have community, then you have isolation. And we don't want that. We do not want isolation. That is another technique, the divide and conquer, the way they get you to lock down because you're taking one for the team, or we're all in this together, or 6 weeks to slow the curve, or 6 feet apart. Remember that one? That just random number that Fauci now has admitted was literally made up out of the blue. 6 feet apart, guys. Don't interact with each other. Instead of hugging, you're going to do a little elbow bump. We're not doing that shit either. And by the way, if you think that the right was smarter than the left and they didn't fall for it, you'll be sadly mistaken. All you have to do is fast forward a couple years, and now they got the right doing the same thing. Just stay home, guys. Just stay home. Don't let ICE do what they're doing. Don't get in their way. Don't ask questions. Just, 2 weeks to slow the curve. They're doing the same thing. So wake up. The answer is always open up your front door and go outside. Let's just understand that. That's the thing. That's the easy part. You don't have to understand all. You don't have to be an expert in geopolitics. You don't have to be an expert in world history or even how the government works and how legislation works and how you don't have to be an expert in any of that. I'm just letting you guys know from here on out, the next time a certain people, wherever it's coming from, wherever that messaging is, stay home, shut your mouth, put on 6 masks, don't ask any questions, give up your rights. Patriot Act, give them up just for now. Freedom isn't free. It costs $1.29. The next time they do that to you, and they will, let's learn our lesson. It's always wrong to comply to fascism. Always. So open up your door of your home, your apartment, wherever you are, open it up, go outside, get some sunlight, get some exercise, engage with people, and enough with this shit. We're hugging it out, guys. We're hugging it out. That's what we're doing here on the homeless left. We happen to be homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else. You might be homeless from the right, or the up or the down, or the upside down, or the all around. It doesn't matter where you're homeless from. We welcome you into our space, our community. Let's be homeless together, shall we? Okay, good. We got that out of the way. Let's make sure you guys know where we are airing from right now. We are trying something kind of new. I don't even know if it's working, but we decided, since they're giving us such problems on Facebook to even go live on the show page, which is very strange. But we're live on Matt Weinglass on Facebook. We're also getting a problem on Twitter, apparently, with the homeless left. So we're live on Matt Weinglass on on Twitter, X as well. And it seems that we tried something new. I think that I think we're set up here on LinkedIn. So that's an interesting development. We'll see if that works. But so you can find us on Matt Weinglass on X, Facebook, and LinkedIn for now. It'd be nice to get the Homeless Left on all three of those. We'll keep trialing and airing it, but you guys know where to find the main channel. This is Rumble, the Homeless Left on Rumble. That's been our home base for 3 years. We are awesomely appreciative of everyone that has joined us on this channel, allowed us to stay intact when YouTube was playing games with us and taking our channel down. The Homeless Left on YouTube does not exist. What? What do you mean it doesn't? No, it doesn't exist. Google told us that our conversations were too dangerous and that we were hurtful to the community. That's what they told us. We were hurting the community. We had to keep it safe from conversation. So we started a new one. It's called THL Presents. And it's doing pretty well. Considering we've only been up a year, we just hit the 5,000 mark last week of subscribers. We appreciate all you guys. They have allowed us to monetize for now. We will see how long that lasts. But we're going to keep going strong on these two main channels and see what happens from there. And you guys have been awesome. If you want to show any extra support, there's locals. We haven't been hardcore on this all the time, but if you guys want to go check it out, and we might start doing more on it, but locals is a good way you can show your support. Or just on the YouTube channel or on Rumble, there's something called super chats. You guys know super chats are on YouTube. The Rumble rants are on Rumble. That helps us out too, guys. And also, if you're throwing comments up, we will read your comment on live on the show. We will engage with you. We like to engage with you. You're not just this is not just entertainment. We sit back with a bowl of popcorn. We want to respond to you as well, and that's why we do talking back. We will get to that later in the show, and we'll get to as many of you guys as possible. But we appreciate all the support, however you can do it, on any of those platforms that you happen to be on right now. Okay. So we had to make a little adjustment today. Well, let's just tell you what we're doing. The name of the show today, it's called Manufactured Distractions, and that's what it's been about. These hour by hour news breaks, breaking news, distraction. We're going to break down some of it today. We are going to get into the Mexico cartel killings. We know it's a CIA false flag. Spoiler alert. Yeah, we just ruined the outcome for you guys, but we know this because we were there. I'm going to tell you a story about me and Leslie being in Mexico when this happened. And that is where we get our best source of news is from the ground, on the ground. Go to the story when possible. You go to the story, or you get colleagues that you're aligned with to be at the story, and you can communicate with them directly. That's how good journalism works. We try to keep that level of quality when we can. So we'll get into that. We have the Tucker Huckabee showdown, backlash response. There's a lot there. I know other colleagues of ours and other friends of the show have been covering that as well, but we have our own take on it. So we'll be getting to that. Also, this Iran situation, conflict, there's a lot of moving parts. Are we going to be actually doing this? Is Trump going to be doing the attack? We are going to talk to Jay Scott. He'll be coming on with us soon enough to discuss where we are with Iran. Also, new developments with Ukraine. We had an alien story. We're going to actually bump that till Thursday because there's more developments there. So I don't want to just throw that story away too quickly today, making room for some other stuff because we do have Epstein updates today for you guys as well. So that will be coming up in the show. We also have Dr. Campbell, some good news with some of the studies that have now dropped that are connecting mRNA with this very strange white clot mystery that's kind of been a problem since, I don't know, around 2021. So we'll be looking into that as well. And like I said, we will be interacting with you with some talking back from your comments and engaging with you on that. And then we have a loudest voice of the week to sum it all up at the end of the show. We'll be here all afternoon, guys. So let's get started with the first story, which we like to start off the week since this is the first show of the week on Tuesday today. Let's go ahead and kick off a little real fake news update. And we're going to get into the Mexico story right off the bat. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're going to look today into the Mexico cartel situation where we had the leader of one of the biggest leaders of the cartel right now was killed a few days ago in Mexico. This was told to us that it was a Mexico state police operation. Caroline Levitt, our Trump's team, goes out immediately and tells us that, yes, of course, the U.S. assisted in intel, and they're very grateful that we participated. But this actually, according to them, this was an operation that Mexico pulled off on the cartel. And, we were just kind of helping out on the sideline. But let me give you guys the starting point for this, because I know a lot of you guys saw this on your news feed when it was starting. And we were there. We were actually in the northern part of Mexico when this went down. But this is the type of news that you're going to get when breaking news happens. If you happen to be watching Fox or seeing Fox on your scroll, they're going to want you to know right away what a war zone this is. That's the word of the day when it comes to Mexico, is war zone. So let's see what they're up to at Fox here. They're saying, here we go. It's vacation to violence. What was meant to be a dream getaway in Puerto Vallarta is now a nightmare for hundreds of tourists. After Mexico reportedly took out a major cartel leader, the city sees unprecedented violence, burning cars, ransacked stores, and blocked exits. Witnesses say it feels like a war breaking out in the streets. So we're going to start with Fox News with feelings. That's what it feels like. And so that becomes the official report, is feelings. Let's see the video that accompanied this tweet. And of course, they thought it'd be awesome to add a soundtrack into it because it's very theatrical, very cinematic, and it really gets you emoting from it, which is what they're trying to do. Here it is. Soundtrack and all. Fox News reporting on the story. Here we go. So, as I said, it's a theatrical presentation. That's what mainstream news has become, soundtrack and all. And then, of course, so what you're seeing, that's not AI. I'm gonna get to the AI in a second here. So hold on. But what that is that's how editing works in Hollywood. You take the little things and you throw them together. In a documentary, you can actually make something look a lot worse than it actually is by taking little snippets, editing them together. People aren't really getting a good look at what's actually happening there. But when you throw it all together and you throw the soundtrack on, you certainly can present the feeling, as they reported, the feeling of a war zone, which is what they're going for. That's their objective. That's not news. That is reverse engineering an outcome and then putting together what you want that outcome to be. Okay. Well, you might be asking, well, what if it is a war zone? What then? Well, we would be able to verify that because, again, we're going to be on the ground or we're going to be communicating with somebody on the ground. That's how it works. But let's get a little closer at this. The other outlets. So this is not just a mainstream Fox News problem. This is a problem when we go into independent spaces. It's a major problem because people claiming to be detached from that Fox News machine, from that MSNBC and CNN machine, they are doing the same thing. In fact, they're doing it a lot more, I would say, nefariously, presenting it even in a more bad acting way. For example, Matt Weinglass, you guys might know him. He has a pretty major following. He's known for, we're getting to the bottom of Hollywood. We're getting to the bottom of this and that. And well, he's going to show us with this tweet that the CJNG cartel members have launched mass attacks across Mexico after their leader was taken out in a special operation. And then he tells us that he edited the compilation together, so you can see how bad it really is. So Matt Weinglass is actually telling you that I edited it in order to get the reaction I wanted, which was for you to believe and to feel like this was a war zone. So thanks for telling us what you did. So it's actually a better video as far as if you want those accolades for editing and theatrical presentation. I would give it to Matt Weinglass over Fox News. Take it away. Your edited theatrical presentation that you call news. So what you're seeing is, again, none of this is AI. We'll get to the AI in a second, like I said, but this is a compilation of the chaos. Now, we'll break down why we're seeing fires and cars and smoke everywhere and people running. That's not considered a war zone when you're not intentionally killing people or having people die. That's not what's happening. These cars are being ignited as roadblocks. That's what they are. They're roadblocks. Nobody's inside the cars, and they're designed to make some sort of protest impression, the same way you would if you would take to the streets in protest and block roads. But we know there's a lot of right-wingers that hate that. Like, oh, how dare you block our road? We have the right to run you over. Well, I would equate it to that in this regard, that the cartel itself is protesting what is happening by their leader being taken out. Well, now we're going to get to the parallels to a lot of protests is that you have top-down financing, and we'll get to that part as well. And that's where we come into play, because we have to make sure these operations are very well funded. When I say we, I mean us. I mean the U.S. I mean the CIA. And we'll get to that part too. But Matt Weinglass, again, he's not an honest actor. He's telling us he's not an honest actor. And then he goes further. This is where I would say he goes beyond Fox. Well, Fox will eventually do this, but it's like he wanted to beat them to it. So he's going to tell us, based on feeding a command into Grok, he's going to tell us the blueprint to eradicate, because we have to have a solution, right? You create the problem and then you get the solution. Well, he's already ready to give us the solution. It's a U.S. military blueprint to eradicate the Mexican cartels in months. Tell us what Grok came up with after you gave it the prompt, Matt Weinglass. Okay, well, the time for half measures is over, right? Because we've been conditioned. We have to go in like we go kidnap Maduro in Venezuela. We have to threaten everybody all over the place, right? It's no more bullshit. We're going in for the kill. So with El Mencho's elimination on February 22nd, he's saying thanks to U.S. intel, also U.S. finance, but we'll get to that part. Along with the task force counter cartels are reeling, but fragmentation is breeding chaos. Mexico's government under Sheinbaum rejects full U.S. intervention, but sovereignty be damned. Cartels like the splintering CJ and G, and Sinaloa's warning, which is the other cartel. Those are the two big ones. Warning the Los Chapitos and Mayaza factions, Gulf cartels, Metros, and Escorpiones and La Familia. They are existential threats, flooding the U.S. with fentanyl. And that's the other part. The reason we fund, the CIA loves funding cartels, is so we can then control the drug flow into our country to create instability. We do it all the time. We've done it in the 80s with the crack cocaine epidemic. That's a fact. It's not a speculation. The CIA planted all of those drugs throughout the 80s. And they did it in very impoverished areas so we could have this economic collapse and then create a race war within African-American communities. So we know that we actually did that. So we're doing it again with the fentanyl, which kills 100,000 Americans yearly. So what is the plan, Matt Wallace, for our intervention? How are we going to fix the problem? Well, first of all, we have to designate them as a terrorist organization. So that was done. That was actually done a year ago. Trump has already designated this group as a terrorist organization. So that's great. Good for him for doing that as we're funding them. But we have to say, so it's just like ISIS, right? So the multi-phase assault to decapitate, dismantle, destroy. This is the plan. You destroy all the major cartels in 3 to 6 months. No mercy, no retreat. U.S. forces lead. Mexico follows or gets out of the way. This is what we tell you. So you're either with us or against us. You either help us help you, or get the F out of the way, because we're going to do it one way or the other. You're going to take our help whether you need it or not. And that's the way we do it, right? So you got your 3 phases. Phase 1 is the intelligence, domination, and force buildup for a few weeks, 1 to 3 weeks. Phase 2, total annihilation strikes. That takes about 2 to 4 weeks. Hit them everywhere, all at once. No safe havens. Turn cartel strongholds into rubble. And never mind all the innocent civilians. Phase 3 is you root out and rebuild. And that, I guess, according to Matt Wallace, you can do that in 1 to 3 months. No vacuum left. Crush survivors. Install order. And here's this little AI picture. I told you get to the AI. This is Trump considering a plan to send in such overwhelming force to Mexico that the cartels won't even know what hit them. So that was the plan all along. And he literally put an AI video that Grok sput out based on his prompt so he can accommodate it and make everybody feel big and macho, Top Gunny, whatever it is, Predator, whatever it is. We're out. Yeah, we're ready to bring America. Fuck yeah. You know, the South Park, America, fuck yeah. That's Team America. Here it comes. Here comes Team America 2026 edition.
Takes push forward! Jets incoming, cover!
So anybody watching this video, you understand the intention is to drone up, no pun intended, drone up excitement and what we call manufacturing consent to do this, hailing us as the good guy coming in to fix, right? To fix an entire country that is completely unstable and has completely failed. So that was the plan the whole time. So what do we do about this? Well, first of all, like I said earlier, the way we get we have to start by understanding what really happened. So we have to go there. So I'm going to tell you first that we were there. We were in Tijuana when this happened. Why were we there? We actually had a medical emergency in San Diego with a family member, and we had to go to a emergency hospital to help with some. I guess we got to talk about. Well, we'll be talking about that later in the show when we talk about safe and effective and problems with our health and what's happening to a lot of family members. So we were there, and we went down. We were just a half hour from the border. Went down there just to kind of feel it out, see what was going on. And what do you know? The lockdown happened, and it was serious. The lockdown was serious. You can lock down parts of a country. We know that. We've lived through it here. Once we got word that the state police was patrolling and they were shutting down parts of the country, particularly Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara. These were places were being shut down. And if you were a tourist, you certainly had to shelter in place. That was the instruction. But as far as a war zone, there was no war zone. Like I said, there were buses and cars that were set on fire in order to close down roads. That's what was happening. The casualties reported for tourists, for civilians, is zero. Let me be absolutely clear. Zero casualties from civilians. The only casualties that have been reported are an upward of 30, mostly in the cartel and the state police. Or actually all of them, cartel and state police. Mostly state police. So that's it. Everyone else shelter in place until further notice. Kind of like COVID. So let's get another take on this, because again, we weren't in Puerto Vallarta, we weren't in Guadalajara. Other people were. In fact, there was a conference going on. It just happened to be going on in Puerto Vallarta. It was a speaker conference, and we had friend of the show, Patrick Henningsen, 21st Century Wire. I'm actually hoping he can come back on here soon. We can discuss his situation. So what did Patrick do when he saw this was going on? Well, he grabbed the camera and he wanted to tell us what was going on. So, well, this is his the tweet that came out. And again, this is who you want to listen to. People that are right there, right in the middle of the action, and can keep their head on straight while they try and figure out what's going on. And that's what he was doing. So he's giving us a live update. There are cartel wars, street unrest, hits Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Local and vacationing residents are now sheltering inside their accommodations after cartel-related violence erupted. And the violence, again, this was between the military and the cartel, which we fund both, by the way. The CIA funds both sides of that, just so you know. And so the burning cars, buses, they placed to block main roads to the city. So he's basically saying everything I'm telling you. Now, is that fun to be right in the middle of? No. So I'm going to play you a little bit of Patrick's video. He doesn't look like he's having a great time there. It's not fun to be next to buses that are burning up, but this is what's called honest reporting. Here we go. Patrick Henningsen, 21st Century Wire.
This is Patrick Henningsen for 21stcenturywire.com. We're in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, and normally this is a holiday destination. It's where people come for tourism, to enjoy the sun. But this morning, something extraordinary happened. There was you could say a cartel war has broken out between the local state authorities and the local cartels, and apparently this started, we're told anyway from reports, that an individual was apprehended by the authorities, and then this morning, as you can see behind me, this was a bus. Buses and vehicles have been set on fire to block roads, and the city is in lockdown right now. The airport's closed. There's power outages. So this is basically a full-on situation. What looks like a power struggle between the cartels here in Mexico and the federal government.
Okay, so I'm going to pause there. Again, this isn't fun to be in the middle of, okay? So we know that. But do you guys know what a war zone looks like? This is not a war zone. War zone, Patrick would be in a lot safer place than he is right now, reporting in front of a burnt bus. That again, no casualties. So remember, that's the verbiage that Fox wants you to have, what that Matt Wallace wants you to have. And you know what? There's other people that as well. But let me give you another person we know. We love to have him on the show one time, but we've certainly covered his work. It's Jake GTV was also at the same conference Patrick was. How cool. I wish we were there, actually. Maybe we can make it to the next one. But here is Jake GTV reporting from his hotel in Puerto Vallarta. Again, doing honest, critical thinking reporting. Here it is.
I'm here in Puerto Vallarta right now, staying at Hotel Mio. From what's being reported, Mexican federal forces just carried out a major operation against the Jalisco New Generation Cartel and their leader, El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, was reportedly killed. He's been one of the most powerful and wanted cartel figures in the world for years. After that, cartel members reacted by burning vehicles, blocking roads in different parts of Jalisco, including areas near Puerto Vallarta. This is basically just a tactic they use to slow down the military and police, just to create chaos. This is not random attacks on terrorists. Because of the roadblocks and security response, flights and transportation are going to be delayed as a precaution while authorities work to clear everything and stabilize the area. But most of the intense disruption situations like this usually last several hours, but sometimes into the next day. So we're going to wait until things are fully under control.
Great. Again, that's what journalism is. Giving you a little update. No bias, just showing you what's going on. And you see what he's filming. That's the smoke. That is part of the protest. That is part of the deliberation from the cartel that was very well coordinated. By the way, I want to tell you how well coordinated it was. It reminds me of a top-down protest, the kind we have here, right? The top-down Black Lives Matter that are very well coordinated. Why? Because they are funded from the top down. They're not organic. They're not actually a people's movement. And this certainly isn't an offshoot terror organization that has no control from top down. It's certainly controlled from the top down. And I'm going to show you guys how coordinated it actually is. But before that, and again, no casualties. That's on purpose. No casualties. Only no civilian casualties is what I'm saying. Now I'm going to give you another very dishonest take. This is Dan Dix. He's with Press for Truth. He was also at the same conference of Patrick and Jake as well. So let's see how Don presents the exact same thing in the exact same location. And by the way, the way he presented it seemed to align so well with Alex Jones. Alex Jones said, "Hey, Dan, why don't you come on tomorrow and you could tell my whole audience what's actually going on." So this is what you do when you maneuver yourself to get to a certain audience and you're not being honest with yourself, your audience, or a larger audience like Alex Jones. But here's Don telling us, or Dan Dix telling us what he thinks is happening.
This is Dan Dix here reporting for Press for Truth, coming at you here live in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Just had the military driving past me, and as I understand it, I should not be around anywhere where the police or the military are, because they are the target right now. As you can see, this whole place is like deserted right now because there's burning cars back there, burning cars right here, still smoldering, and the situation is incredibly intense. As I'm sure you've already heard, there was a top drug lord cartel member,
So he's got to put the footage on the side. All that we showed you earlier, the edited footage, the Matt Wallace footage, the Fox News footage, little snippets to make you think that people are getting murdered here like an actual war zone.
Who has been killed. I believe there was a $15 million bounty on this man's head, and he is now dead, and that has caused this whole situation to pop off. The place looks like an absolute war zone right now, folks. Cartel has been setting up blockades in the streets, stopping cars. A whole bus was set on fire. You've got cartel members.
So that bus shot, again, that's him deceptively making you think there were people inside, like an actual war zone that would be murdered there. No, that was a stray bus that they put as a roadblock. That's all it is a roadblock.
Who literally look like the military. These guys are serious. These guys mean business.
Yeah, they're serious, Dan. They mean business. They do look like, he's actually right about that. They do look like the military. Why do you think they look like the military? Where do you think they get their serious outfits and their serious arms from? Where do you think that comes from? Dan, are you going to do any work in that department, or are you just trying to scare us that this lone group happened to figure out a way to invest in gear, weapons, and armor that look like military? They just did that on their own. You're not going to ask any questions about that. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. That's how you're doing your journalism. Okay, got it.
Costco was set on fire. A hospital was
the actual Costco was not set on fire. There were cars bombed in the parking lot. Again, no civilian casualties.
Under attack, people running for their lives.
Okay, now that is very effing dishonest. Hospitals were not under attack. Dan, have you been, by the way, Dan, have you been reporting on the Gaza hospitals that have been under attack for the last 2.5 years? Have you been looking at that? Actual bombings of hospitals? The reason people are running in the hospitals is because they're being told to evacuate. He's going to cut to the airport too and imply to you that there were attacks at the airport. There aren't attacks because nobody died. They were locked down. There's a difference. We know what lockdown. Again, you guys know what lockdowns are. We lived through them. Everyone said, "Dolls, shelter in place. It's okay. We'll be okay. We're all doing this together." That's what it was. So don't call a lockdown when your flight gets canceled. Don't call that a war zone. Don't pretend that people are getting murdered in real time as they run for their lives. That's not what's happening.
There was the Guadalajara airport that was under attack. People literally running all over the place, screaming and crying. The Puerto Vallarta airport as well.
The airports were shut down. They were not under attack. They were shut down.
Has had a big scare. A lot of people were evacuated on the tarmac. Had to run out on the runway to get away from the intense situation. And it seems like it's not about to slow down anytime soon. As I understand it, the cartel have announced that they are going to be...
Okay, that is fake. From Raw's alerts, that is a fake story. There is none of that is happening. The issuing major threats of going into homes and hotel rooms at 5 p.m., which was supposed to be, I believe, that was on the 22nd. So that actually didn't happen because that was fake. So he's reporting fake news here. That didn't happen. They did not go into homes and hotels at 5 p.m. That didn't happen. They didn't do that. Okay. Just to be clear, that's not real.
Entering private homes and potentially hotel resorts at 5 p.m. Our time if their demands are not met.
Right. Okay. Well, that again, good job getting on Alex Jones, because that's what he did yesterday. Dan gets on and says, "Hey, I'm going to tell you from my hotel room, they could come in any time and murder me. So I only have a few minutes before they murder. A few minutes before 5 here, Alex. So I only have a few minutes before they come in and murder me. So let me just get my story to you guys, and then I'm not going to play the Alex Jones part, but he adds to the story that he feels that this whole thing was set up by the Biden administration. That's his critique, is the Biden administration. Okay, well, we're going to show you where the funding comes from. It's not from an administration. It's from the CIA. It's from every administration. It doesn't matter if it's Biden or Trump or Obama. It doesn't matter. So stop. So you guys have to stop this total BS that one particular administration is uniquely evil. That's not how it works. They're all doing the same thing. They just changed the face of the operation. They changed the language. They changed the feelings. They don't change policy. Policy is never changed, just to be absolutely clear how that works. Okay? So let's get an honest take. This was also shared out by Jake in a hotel, probably right next door to Dan. Probably right next door. Jake got an actual another tourist journalist who reported what he was seeing the next day after a good night's sleep. Here's what he had to say.
8 o'clock now, folks, and it seems actually to be pretty calm all around the general area. There's a few...
Wait, did he say calm? That's weird. I thought they were going to they're going to break in all the hotel rooms. How is it calm the next day? That's weird.
Lights on around the place. So they might even, who knows, maybe, I don't think it's a restaurant. I think it's just a residence. The family there is the people that I'm staying with. Well, they're just staying next door. They're in the same building as us. Everything looks kind of calm at the moment. Looks pretty good. A few people out here cruising around. No shops open, of course. Nothing's open.
And there it is. That's how lockdowns work. We've all been in them. They suck. They ain't fun. There ain't nothing fun about a lockdown. We were lucky, just to be clear. Leslie and I were very lucky that they didn't shut down Tijuana, the border. We were very on edge, as we should be, because we don't know if they're going to lock the entire state down. We've done it before. We've all lived through lockdowns. This isn't a unique Mexico thing. We've all lived through them. Everything's shut down. You're not allowed to go. Curfew, guys. Remember? 5 o'clock curfew. If you don't have food in your house, you're out of luck. You're out of luck. Stores are shut. Ralph's is closed. Albertson's closed. You guys know we have lived through this shit. It's not fun, but it's not a war zone. To be very clear, it's not a war zone. Well, Fox had to double down and tell us what more feelings, right? State Department slammed with hundreds of calls from Americans trapped in Mexico. Do you know why they were getting phone calls at Fox? Because those people were listening to your garbage, telling them that somebody was going to barge in their door at 5 o'clock and kill them. Do you know how that feels? If you believe that, that must feel effing awful. How dare they tell people a fake story that they're going to have a cartel bust in their door and murder them and their whole family? Of course, the State Department was slammed with hundreds of calls with Americans trapped, not being held hostage, trapped in a lockdown. I mean, you can call it hostage if you want, but then I'm gonna go out and tell you guys that we were held hostage during COVID. Same. We'll use the same verbiage. Let's just be consistent with what we're saying. Let's be consistent with words. What does that mean? Hostage. Well, are they allowed to leave? No. Okay. So let's pretend it's hostage. We were also held hostage for 2 years. We'll say that too. Okay. Same language. So these are hundreds of calls I got on the 24-hour crisis hotline, and the calls have been mostly pertaining to flight cancellations and concern about travel back to you. Of course, they're concerned. Violence erupted in Mexico after February 22nd government operation, right? So they're telling us why everyone's freaked out, and they're making sure they're freaked out so they will get the calls and keep the situation just where it needs to be. For what? For people to be manufactured consent for a U.S. intervention. That's what this is about. Well, here's a local telling you what is really going on. I like this video. This made the rounds on TikTok.
I live in one of the areas where some of these fires went down in Mexico today, and I'm telling you right now, it's a psyop. The CIA is behind the Nueva Generación cartel, and don't drink the Kool-Aid. They do this shit on purpose to Latin American countries all the time to cause civil unrest and cause destabilization in the country, especially when the country is standing up against the U.S. and gaining economic momentum.
Yep, that's exactly what we do. And we have a history of doing it. This wouldn't be the first time. This is what we do. You guys have to understand this blueprint that we follow every single freaking time. That's how it works. And back to the whole idea, and Dan Dix told us how advanced they looked. They looked so advanced in their outfits and their weaponry. It is hard to tell them apart, right? Look at this. You can't even tell, can you? Look at these guys lined up. Is this military or is it cartel? You think this is military? It's not. This is the cartel. Look at them. You can't distinguish these guys. Why? Because the people that provide their equipment are the same people. They're us. We foot the bill for both sides. That's what we do. And that's why we couldn't even do an alternate look. We were like, same costume, right? So it's like a movie. It's like the costume department, right? But we'll just give everybody the same costume. Same budget, same coming. You're going into the same place to get your outfit. Here's your gun. Here's your vest. Here's your helmet. And it's not just that. It's the stuff you're not looking at. The actual weaponry is very, very advanced, and it's not weaponry that they have access to otherwise. How do we know this? Well, why don't we look at information that came out back in September about how this cartel got its weaponry? What happened? Well, it looks like, according to DD Geopolitics, the cartel members traveled to Ukraine. That's weird. Why would they travel to Ukraine? Take a vacation? Why would they do that? The Mexican intelligence sources reveal that members of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, that's the CJNG, traveled to Ukraine to receive training in military drone operation and urban guerrilla warfare, which is why they were able to strategically place those car bombs, bus bombs, and fires in strategic areas that actually didn't kill any civilians at all. I was going to be a little more red flagged on this if they had traveled to Israel to get training from the IDF. That would have been a little bit, wait, that doesn't look like the way the IDF behaves. So they were a lot more strategic with this equipment that, again, comes from us. And that's what allows them to do these very, very quick operations, very efficient operations. And that's why when we look at these videos, they're not improvised hitmen. They are irregular combat unit with discipline, with strategy, and unconventional weapons, which come from us. And so when Mexico erupted on the 22nd, that begs the question, who trained the forces attacking the government and why? Well, this is the report DD Geopolitics did in September. So you know this is not backstepping now. This is letting you know, timestamp, that we already knew this, that they had undergone combat training in Ukraine. And there it is. So how do we get away with saying we were involved in the intelligence? Well, how did we get involved in the intelligence? How would we be able to help Mexico of where their cartel leader was? Of course we had the information because we were working on both sides. We know the playbook. It's like we're the coach of both teams. We know the plays. It's like we're in both huddles. You guys see that? It's like you literally have a coach coaching two sides of a basketball game that's in both huddles, in both locker rooms, drawing plays up on the blackboard, and then pretending that they were just there watching and giving little tips from the bleachers. That's what it's like. The coach of both teams sitting in the bleachers saying, yeah, we kind of gave some tips to one side on how to win at the end of the game. But we're really actually drawing up plays in the locker room for both teams and financing the gym and the whole thing, the whole league. We're financing the whole league. That's the thing for the full analogy. That's what it's about. So when President Sheinbaum tells everyone, well, I'll let you hear it because we needed to hear her reaction. So she had to find the fine line between saying we got the information from the U.S., but we conducted it. Was she in on this? I'm not. We talk about her a lot on the show. I'm not gonna say she was huddling in the locker room on this. I think her hands are tied. She has to say certain things. So she has to say, no, the U.S. gave us a good tip, but we did all the work.
De mi parte, preguntar sobre muchas
Asking
cuentas
on
en redes
many social
sociales
media
vinculadas.
accounts.
Sí.
So she says all operations are carried out by federal forces. There is no involvement of the United States forces in the operation. What exists is a lot of information exchange, as we've said here several times. Understanding with the United States is fundamentally based on intelligence and information sharing. In this case, there was information provided by the U.S. government. They even issued an intelligence statement, but the entire operation from its planning is the responsibility of the federal forces, in this case, the Secretary of National Defense. Well, thank you, Madam President, for clarifying that. So case closed, guys. But make no mistake, the table's been set for yet another regime change war, as Matt Weinglass broke it down, the three-part plan, gave you the AI presentation, getting everyone excited about it. We got to go in and fix Mexico because they are a complete disaster. Why are they a disaster? Well, because we wanted that to be the case. So we made it happen. And that's what we do. But you're not going to get this story on mainstream, certainly not on Fox News or any of these other places. But hopefully you have the tools now to know how to recognize these false flag operations and recognize bad actors pretending to give you news. And this has been another real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, guys, that one went a little longer than I thought it would, but we had a lot to get through. But let's not waste any time. We want to get on to the next stuff. We got a lot of show for you guys, a lot of show. And who better to help me get through these big stories of the day, of the week, of the hour, really. We're really hour to hour at this point. That's how we're doing things here on the Homeless Left. Please welcome back to the show, co-host, you know him, you love him, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? I wish I could say happy Thursday, but, I'm happy Tuesday, but it's a lot of stuff going on right now. And, I'll be honest with you, it's getting a little heavy out there, man. A lot to keep up with, but, we got a lot to talk about. So But
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I'm ready for sure.
and we only do this show twice a week, and we've had people ask, hey, why don't you guys try and do 5 times or 4 times? And I just say, man, this is it. We put the effort and we put the work in. I know you do a ton of work on your end. We're trying to coordinate, but yeah, things have gone from a week by week big story, kind of chessboard to a day by day chessboard, and now we're literally at hour by hour here, and it's nuts. So on one hand, yes, I wish we had the ability to do this 4 or 5 times a week, but the reality is we have these two for now. We have these two opportunities, and we want to get you guys the best information we can. But every once in a while, we got to do a deep dive, like we just did. We just did this deep dive in the Mexico thing. We were there, Jay. We were there. We were in the lockdown that could have allowed us to not leave Tijuana.
Oh, wow.
But we did get out, and we wanted people to know what really happened. And it takes time to do the work and talk about, so people have that. We hope we're able to make the space to do that for these other stories that are also just as important, and just as important for people to understand, but more than that, for them to be able to communicate it to other people who don't know what's going on and are wasting their time on bad actor platforms or checking out altogether. And we can't afford for people to be checking out. And that's why we're doing this. I appreciate you being part of what we're doing here on the Homeless Left. So thanks, Jay. And I'm going to say happy Tuesday anyways, because we're doing everything we can do right now. And I feel good about that, at least that part of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with that. And for all the viewers out there who want to, see it go up to a daily show, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you share it around. And once we get to 1 million subscribers, we're close to it. Then maybe I'll be able to, quit the day job. But, until then, I have other responsibilities. But I'm ready to go though. Let's get into it.
Whew, okay. Well, we were going to look at Iran first, but then some new stuff came up with Ukraine. Well, let's just try to umbrella it all together. I mean, it seems so overwhelming here, but there's a lot we got to get to. So let's do this. We'll just call this another World War III watch, since we seem to be right on the brink of it, and we'll just take it one thing at a time here, and try and get you guys up to date on what's happening on this global chessboard that we seem to be the dominant aggressors constantly, but worse and worse every single week. We seem to be worse and worse on this. So, okay, we're going to call this World War III watch. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. Matt Weinglass here with co-host Jay Scott. We're looking at the latest developments in Iran. We've been told, and we've been telling you guys, that any day, any week, the attack could happen. But it seems that it's been holding off. There's a few reasons why it might be holding off. We're going to try and get into that right now. But one thing that has happened that I want to just show right up front, that we had another power play by Netanyahu, another situation where he comes into our space, red carpet treatment, do my laundry in the effing basement. I'm not even going to tip you, you stupid pieces of goyim. But while I meet with your President Trump, who's really the president of Israel, and I made clear to tell you guys that he's actually the president of Israel, I'm here to get a ceremony moment, a very particular moment that needed to be created as a messaging point to tell everyone how easily accessible our White House, let alone our country, is. How did he do that? Well, we call this the key to the White House. Here's Trump presenting this key to the White House, but he goes further to call it the key to our country. Here we go.
Myself and the First Lady to Prime Minister and the First Lady of Israel, and it's a key. We call it a key to the White House, and it's a key to our country and to our hearts.
A key to our country and to our hearts. Disgusting. The timing of this is absolutely just awful. But by design at this point, right, Jay?
Really quick. Yeah, I actually found out after I sent you this. This is a recycled clip. So this actually happened in 2020, but it's still very symbolic because, I think, it speaks a lot about why we're in the current situation. So it's a recycled clip that's coming back, but still, I mean, how many other countries and how many other prime ministers have literally been given a golden key to the White House, as it's being called, a key to the country and a key to quote unquote all of our hearts?
You know, it's hard to keep track of all the trips. We know he's done 5 of these trips, so I guess this was one of the earlier ones. And you're right, it's being recycled right now. We're seeing RT post and stuff, but it's to show us this would explain if you guys forgot about it, because I didn't know that he'd given him the key before. But if we didn't know or had forgotten about it, this kind of makes sense. This kind of puts that puzzle into place, that piece of the puzzle where we're like, why does this guy think he can just waltz in and out of here anytime he wants? Well, that's why, because he was literally told,
the key.
When you have a key to a house, you can waltz in and out anytime you like. But while this piece was getting recycled as it should be, people should see this thing, and I'm glad we're showing it. This is in real time. This is a poll. This is a poll that was conducted. I don't know who conducted the poll, but MSNBC decided they should report on this. I guess it was okay for them to pretend that they have a problem with Trump, but they've never been this obvious, or at least this revealing about what the American people think of what Israel is doing to Palestine, with our, not just our green light, but our checkbook, everything. We are the ones doing this. This is shocking. Not even that these numbers exist. This is American Jews, not Americans, American Jews being polled on what they think is going on in Palestine. Check this out.
Jews sharply disapprove of Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza. The latest Washington Post poll of American Jews finds that 61% say Israel has committed war crimes against Palestinians, and nearly 40% say the country is guilty of genocide against the Palestinians.
Wow. So everything, Jay, everything they told us about our criticism of Israel means that we hate Jews for some reason. How can they make sense of these numbers? How can you respond to say that American Jews hate themselves? Is that I don't see how you respond to this.
Well, by the IHRA definition, that poll says about 40% of American Jews are anti-Semitic. So what they're doing right now is they're diluting that word to the point where people will not be able to tell the difference, between, well, some people will not be able to tell the difference between Hitler and actual, and what they're calling like anti-Semitism. So that's what happens when you overuse a word. You dilute the meaning of it, and it just further radicalizes people. So what Israel has done, like, Israel is by far the biggest danger to the Jewish community across the world, not just for the Jews in Israel, but across the world, because they continuously tie themselves like to the religion, and the crimes they're doing, unfortunately, are going to get painted onto the whole religion by some people, who may not want to tell the difference, because there are some hateful people in the world. But the truth is, most people don't care about the ethnicity and the religion. They're just looking at the genocide. They're calling it out, and they want it to stop. So, I'm glad that MSNBC is putting these numbers out there, because, it is doing a little bit to combat that narrative. I just wonder why they don't talk like this when Biden's in office, and they have to wait for Trump to be in office for them to report on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point. And they're still doing our team versus their team, but through that theater and that time, because it's all timing, right? We are getting the number. Their viewers, whoever's left watching the Morning Joe, they're getting those numbers on the screen, and they're probably going, "Oh, that's weird. I thought we had an anti-Semitism problem. Well, what is this? What is this? How do you justify that?" And so this is good in that regard, that these little moments reveal moments as they're trying to maneuver through their our team versus their team theater. They give us these actual moments when it seems like they're forced to, or the time is okay for them to do it right now. So the Trump team is going to have to reposition, and they're having a problem. We're talking about how close we are right now to attacking Iran. We've never been this close to a full-scale war with Iran than we've ever seen. I mean, we've been being pushed about this for decades, or basically our entire lives, Jay. But we've never been this close. So it's like we're right at that finish line. Netanyahu can taste it, but we're not getting there because you have these kind of moments, and then Caroline Levitt has to reposition what we're doing. What are we actually doing in Iran? It's very weird because they've tried all of these approaches. They've tried, the people don't want, they put the Mossad agents in there. They did the false flag stuff there. They're trying to manufacture the consent. They put all the warships up. We're going to get to the warship in a second because that's another problem they're having right now on the USS Ford. But this is the new strategy by Caroline Levitt to tell us why Iran is a threat and why we need to attack right now.
What the United States is doing to ensure that not only America is the safest country in the world, but remains the strongest country in the world.
Does he consider Iran a threat that remains abroad?
Well, look, Iran chants death to America. So you tell me if that's a threat. Elena.
So because they chant death to America, that is the threat, because they hurt our feelings. The greatest, strongest country in the world has basically has a very major insecurity and an ego
people
problem.
need to be clear though about what they mean when they say death to America. They don't mean death to Americans. What they mean is death to the American government that overthrew our democratically elected government with Operation Ajax, in the early 1950s, and has been terrorizing us and arming people to come fight us like ever since then. And that's what we've done consistently, with the exception of when the Shah was in power. When we have our puppet dictator who's letting us loot their resources, we leave them alone. As soon as they get tired of having all of their country's wealth looted and they get rid of the guy, now we've been terrorizing them again ever since then. We armed Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq war. We fund militias that terrorize them inside their country and antagonize them all over the Middle East. Like, we're funding separatist movements inside of Iran right now, the Kurdistan movement and the Balochistan movement. So we fund several separatist movements within the country. So all we've done is try to destabilize them. So when they say death to America, they're actually talking about the pedophiles that run our government. Like, that's really what they're talking about. They don't mean death to Americans. That's why they say death to America. They need a catchy slogan. They need it to be short. And they're tired of our government, as tired as we are of our government. Although we're not saying death to them, but a lot of people in the country are pretty tired of getting run by pedophiles right now.
Yeah. So it'd be nice to get a follow-up from that reporter saying, so does the death of America, death to America chants include the burning of the Baal statue? Is that representing us too? I just want to be clear on the thing that they want to get rid of. You're saying it's us. Where does the Baal statue fit in? Because they certainly want to get rid of that. Is that us too, Caroline? Like, that's what I'd be asking. Is that what? And if you're going to tell me that has nothing to do with us, then maybe you got the other thing wrong too there, Levitt. Maybe you got the other thing wrong too.
And here's the thing, like, they actually identify with American culture, like somewhat. Our movies are popular over there. Our music, a lot of our music is popular over there. So, that is definitely part of what's happening.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get to the other part, which is the Trump just loves the showing off the big toys, and we saw this massive, like, we're gonna come in there and we're gonna surround the area, and well, the UK wasn't helping us. Like, you can't use our airspace, but so we put this big vessel, the USS Ford. It's like this $13 billion vessel. Here's the big propaganda piece about how awesome it was going to be, because this was going to be the thing. We're going to go in the Top Gun 3. Here you guys go. This is Top Gun 3, where we get revenge and we save the world. something for our money here, Jay. We better get something for our money. But right before it was going to get to use, and we were going to be able to get this ground attack going, and like the White House announced, we know that they expect 10,000. By the way, 10,000 U.S. soldiers to die in this conflict. They were ready for that. They already projected that number. So a lot of the soldiers are on that vessel right now. But unfortunately, something went a little Titanic-y wrong with this thing.
This attack on Iran has a hitch. Most of the bomb targeting crew are busy queuing for toilets on the lead vessel, the USS Gerald R. Ford. This is not a joke. A set of emails was obtained by NPR, a US public broadcasting group, revealing that toilet wars have broken out on board the most expensive ship the US Navy ever built. And the Wall Street Journal followed up to confirm the tale today. TLDR summary: there are too few functioning toilets for 4,600 sailors, and the problem is worsening daily. Problem 1, design planners screwed up by including too few toilets for 4,000 plus sailors, leading to 45-minute queues on a daily basis. Problem 2, engineers screwed up by installing a fragile vacuum system in which a single valve breakdown on one toilet can stop all the toilets in an entire department functioning, making the queues even longer. Problem 3, some of the temporary repair operations, such as using an acid flush to clear out calcium buildups, can only be done while the ship is docked. No prospect of that. But with so many toilets out of order, too much pressure is put on the one still working, so the problem will just spread.
They have one working toilet. Unbelievable. I was debating whether to show this clip, but just graphic warning, guys, just so you know these circumstances. And just so you know, as a taxpayer, where your money's going to, this $13 billion. This is where it's going. It is. Iceberg, straight ahead.
Trump says we're ready for war, but reality says we're full of shit. You know, that's kind of what it seems like at this point, man. So, you know, like it's truly a shame that, you know, they have to deal with that, you know, considering they're about to, you know, risk their lives. I don't want to say for our country, but for the interests of the people that control us in Israel. So, and they can't even do it in dignity. Like they are stuck on a ship with a couple working toilets for a crew of over 4,000 people. Like that is, and what produces the best products, and competition is what drive it. Well, what they don't account for is crony companies that wind up donating contracts, because the truth is only a few companies have the ability to build this stuff. And what winds up happening is they are guaranteed money, and their focus is maximizing profits. Their focus is not delivering a good product. So, you know, we talk about how great capitalism is and how it produces the best results. I don't know. That doesn't seem, you know, like to hold up when you really inspect the details.
And again, it's $0.3 billion taxpayer money to build this.
Exactly. And here's the thing, like China spends a fraction of what we spend on their military, and they get a lot more. Do you know why? Because they don't have these gigantic military pay dividends to their shareholders. Because our cost of spending money on the military, a significant chunk of that is going to the our defense industry. It actually makes us less competitive, because the most advanced missiles in the world right now are being built in Russia. And even though Russia is no longer communist, all of their defense industry is mostly publicly run. So how is it they have the best missiles in the world? We're far behind. They outproduce us by a long shot. It's not even close. The entire West put together cannot outproduce Russia in some key categories, including shells. They can make far more bullets in Russia than we can in the collective West put together. Think about that.
Yeah, because our model is complete bullshit. You talk about this capitalist. I think it's destroyed our minds. This capitalist model of, you know, we want these middleman companies and these little you have no transparency. Just take your cut because yay capitalism, and then we brag about costly items. Why do we do that? Why do we brag about a $13.3 billion vessel? Why would we do that? Like, and we see that all the time with elites just here in LA. You guys know what we're talking about. Like this like, oh, how much did you spend for that purse or the dinner? It's like, are we ever going to get, wait, how much were you ripped off for that thing that I got the exact same thing without the thing that you're bragging?
Have you ever seen the Pelosi? Have you ever seen the Pelosi prank?
What is the Pelosi prank?
So they took a bunch of shoes from Payless.
Oh,
And
okay.
they took the exact same shoes that were in Payless and they put it in a store called Pelosi. And it was literally the exact same shoes.
Yes.
And they invited a bunch of influencers over. They gave all the shoes a fancy backstory.
Yeah.
And they had people in there bragging about paying $600 for the exact same pair of Payless shoes that cost $30 if you just go to Payless.
So that prank would not work in Russia. That prank would not work in China. That prank works on people who already are, our minds are in a position where we kind of get this rush of there's value in spending and quality in spending and this elite behavior. Like why, like putting out a video about $13.3 billion vessel. Why were we even bragging about that shit show? What are we this Titanic mentality and talking about the Titanic as an analogy just for fun. But now you think about it, after Titanic story is symbolic of how capitalism forced its way into the private banking system right after that iceberg incident. Isn't that interesting? The people that weren't for that were the people on the ship that didn't make it out. And excuse. But I have to take my artwork off too. I got to take my artwork. That I have to make sure isn't on the vessel too. So isn't it interesting that the big boat that we're so proud of, look at this sucker, just like the video we just showed you guys of the big USS Ford. Look at this monster. We spent so much. That's the symbol of the forced capitalism, which melted our heads and allowed us to be okay with privatizing our banking system right after the Titanic. It's more than symbolic. It's eerie. It's so eerie with that. I haven't made that connection till just now.
That is a great point, man. And I really need to just make like a tinfoil hat. So when we get into these conversations, I could just put it on. But but no, it's the truth, man. It's like there's so many coincidences, when you look at that and also look at 9/11, and then you read about Operation Northwoods. So we have documents from the government like showing that they're willing to literally murder us, like to accomplish their goals. I mean, and now we're seeing the pedophile thing that's been released. So that's even worse, I guess, or just as bad. I don't know. Is it worse or just as bad as Operation Northwoods? It's up there. It's all evil. So,
I think eating babies is it's
eating
hard
babies is probably worse, but then blowing up a whole ship of people, it's all bad. It's all bad. Like they wanted to bomb towers. Like, yes, eating babies is graphic, but also blowing up blocks in Miami and blowing up entire ships is also bad too. So, but you're right. Eating babies' intestines does have another level of, like evil associated with it. But, I guess, and I don't want people to think that I'm against the free market in concept, because I'm not. There are I am in favor of private businesses in a lot of situations when it makes sense. But the way we've demonized the ideology of socialism, it just doesn't make sense. Because sometimes you need the public sector. So I'm not against the free market in every situation. Mom and pop stores should exist. Like these convenience stores are good. There's nothing wrong with that. But like just saying socialism is evil, and if you don't want the free market for everything, then you're a Stalin-loving communist. Like it just oversimplifies reality, and that's like the main point that I guess I'm trying to get across.
Especially when the system we're in right now isn't working. How did they trick us into being so angry at something that we're not doing, and blaming it on the thing that we're not doing? It's remarkable that they're able to do that to people. And I'm with you, Jay. I'm not saying like I think you need to take a little of everything that works and create the best thing you can. You're never going to have a perfect system, but can you take elements? Do you have to vilify something that you're not even living in? The thing we're living in isn't working. Can we just start with that? No, we can't. We have to protect the thing we're living in. We have to protect it like crazy. Because if that's the thing that's failing, that means everything we've ever known has been wrong. But it doesn't have to be, I think. But that's the emotional that's the part that gets you triggered to go, I don't want to have to admit that. But we're not really even asking people to admit that. We're saying, let's take a little of everything that works and build something new. I think that's the way to go. But the fear thing is working very well. And the Titanic was, what a great way. What a great way to set the stage. What a great
Good
way.
analogy.
Federal Reserve. Hey, oopsie, we hit an iceberg. And you're like, oopsie, I thought that was the greatest ship ever. What? We're the
yeah. I mean, that analogy really is on point. You know, considering all the predictions of what's about to happen in Iran. You know, like they're not even using the same language right now. Don't worry, it'll be a breeze, because I guess they know it's not. But they're also not being clear with people about how bad this is going to be. But, you know, this is really the worst of all worlds, what we're doing right now, because right now, Iran knows they're about to be attacked, and they have plenty of time to build up their defenses, bring in more supplies, bring in more shipments. And, you know, I don't think we should attack at all, but what it seems like they're just delaying something that's going to happen. And, you know, like the longer we wait to do it, the more danger our troops are also going to be in. Because now, just earlier today, now I'm reading stories. Didn't even have time to send this to you because it happened like right as I was coming on. But now I'm hearing that China is sending Iran hypersonic cruise missiles that are specifically designed to target like ships on the sea that can't be shot down in the same way because they're not flying as high. So like the longer we wait, the more danger our troops are going to be in. So I don't think we should attack at all. But what's happening right now is the worst of all worlds are being set up.
Well, I think Trump is feeling it right now. We had this breaking from Megatron. Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with what aides describe as the limits of military leverage against Iran. You think, according to CBS, Zio News. Military planners have advised that any strike on Tehran's assets would likely not deliver a decisive one-off blow and could instead escalate into a wider, prolonged conflict in the Middle East. A senior military official told CBS that military planners are providing unbiased advice.
Here's what people don't realize, right? What Trump wants to do is decapitation strike. So they want to kill Iranian leadership. And you know what Iranians are doing right now, Matt? They're literally making plans for how they continue once their leadership is killed. They are in this shit for the long run. Like they are assuming we're probably not going to make it, but we got to make sure that our people have the ability to keep fighting once we are taken out. And that goes all the way up to the top. Their leader, Khomeini, is making plans for his succession after the United States eliminates him. So that doesn't mean they're going to lay down and let us eliminate him. Obviously, they're going to do their best to protect him, but they're in it, man. They are not about to just bow out like what happened with Maduro. And they have a lot of weapons. They have missiles that we cannot shoot down. There is a big difference between the government of Venezuela, the capabilities of Venezuela, and the capabilities of Iran and the size of Iran. So, like, what we're about to walk into is going to be a devastating, bloody, easily avoidable tragedy. This is not something we need to do. This is not something we should do. This benefits nobody. And the goals that they want to achieve, like, even if they achieve it, it's going to be so hard. But yeah, go ahead.
It does benefit someone because we know better. And you guys watching, you know what this is really about. This is what it's about. This is the reminder that Israel DC think tank class's plan is to split Iran into 8 to 10 ethno-states after they topple it. Wow. So this is the only outcome Israel finds acceptable because it's the only way to ensure Israeli regional hegemony. Exactly. We're talking about a decade-long civil war that America will not be responsible for initiating, but we will be 100% forced to subsidize and participate in. Anyone telling you otherwise is lying through their teeth. Regime change would be an absolute catastrophe.
Well,
And this is what that
not
map looks like.
only it says not only responsible for initiating, because
Oh,
make
not
no
only, yes,
mistake,
not only.
yeah,
We're going to be
we
responsible for the
couldn't.
whole thing.
Israel
Writing the
couldn't
page.
do
Yeah,
this
my bad.
unless
Yeah.
we were right there.
Yeah.
So, and if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys look at that map, you know, it really shows you how strategic of a country Iran is, because it's connected to two different seas and two different oceans the way it currently is, and their power to put that chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, you know, is like a huge power. It's a gigantic country with a lot of resources, and you know, they want to break it up, not just to loot the resources, but also to break down its power so it doesn't have the same strategic importance that it has right now, because it's about trade routes, it's about how large the country is overall, and it's about the resources like that are there and the people obviously that are there. So it's too unified right now, and it is like, you know, a big power. And you know, I truly believe that if we do go forward with this, I'm actually starting to now believe that we may not even be able to start the war with China. I do think this will probably be, it could be the downfall, honestly, of our country and of our military, because we're going to spend so much money like fighting this war. I don't think we'll have anything left to take on China. I could be wrong, but
No. You might be onto something. You might be, because Jay, I'm thinking what position Israel would be in if we go all in on this plan and then we have nothing left. We're done for. Do they need us anymore if they're able to get this? Maybe the plan is that we take the fall. Maybe they don't need us anymore after that.
Well, it doesn't even make sense for Israel, because like China is not friendly to Israel. Russia is not particularly friendly to Israel. So once we go down, Israel has no more friends except for Europe, who's also going down, because they can't do anything militarily.
It's about the tech. It's about the tech.
Yeah,
that's
but
what we're talking. That was a professor. Was it
Professor Jiang?
We talked about Israel becoming the next like center of the globalization mechanism that's based on the tech.
But part of Professor Jiang's theory relies on America having the ability to fight China. And when you look at how depleted, you know, our weapons are right now, either one of two things are going to happen. Either we're going to go to Iran and run out of weapons and like run out of resources fairly quickly, or there's going to be some sort of major false flag that revitalizes like the manufacturers, I should say, consent for war, you know, in the country. And then we transition to a war economy where we start converting all of our factories specifically to building missiles to literally go fight Russia, China, and Iran. That's the only other option like that we have. So, but the thing is, we're also in a position now where so many people are already unhappy with the current government that they take a gigantic risk by trying to do this false flag, because they're also now at the point where they've exposed themselves so much. So many people already question 9/11. So many people already question now the pedophiles running our government. So I don't think, you know, people are going to automatically accept whatever narrative comes out, you know, if another false flag takes place. So it does kind of look like they're in a lose situation. And the truth is, if the American people do unify and we all say, you know what, fuck it, no more of this shit, and we do like rise up, they can't stop us. Like there's nothing that the only other thing I could think of, maybe another pandemic, you know, that they try to use to convince us not to get out into the streets. So, you know, is that possible? Yeah, for sure it is. But, you know, when you think about that, that also puts them at risk too, though, because if they're going to put out something that's that contagious and that deadly, it also puts them at risk. And will people buy another COVID-19 that was really a bad flu for a lot of people? Not everybody, but for a lot of people, it was like a bad flu. Will people buy that again? I don't know, because they've burned their credibility in so many ways. It seems like they don't have too many options left. But maybe that's me being overly optimistic. Or I don't know if you could even call that optimistic, but I don't know. That's my opinion.
Well, speaking of spreading ourselves thin. If you guys forgot about we told you we got to get to Ukraine here, but while all this madness is going on in Venezuela, Mexico, Cuba, Greenland, this on the brink with Iran, obviously that's been pushing forward, and then we've been talking China. Did you guys forget about Ukraine? Did we forget? What are they up to with all that money that the NATO keeps giving them and the EU keeps giving them? What's going on there? Well, yesterday it seems that Ukraine turned on 2 NATO countries. What? Slovakia and Hungary? They turned on them. Ukrainian operatives blew up the main node of the Druzhba oil pipeline. Oh no, that supplies 100% of Slovakia's oil and 86% of Hungary's oil. So Ukraine officially turns on 2 members in NATO. Here's a shot from the disaster. I wonder if Joe Biden's watching from a distance saying, I taught him that. I taught him that. Wow.
This is after Nord Stream, obviously. And for those who don't remember what you're referring to when you say I taught him that, we worked with the Ukrainians to blow up the main source of energy for Germany, which is the economy for Europe, coming from Russia. Because Germany, before we blew up their pipeline, they got a significant amount of their oil directly from Russia at a really low cost that allowed them to be a competitive economy. And since then, they're going through a process of what's known as deindustrialization, meaning that they're no longer competitive like on an international scale. Their factories are closing down. Their economy is starting to flatline, and reverse in a negative direction. And there's no clear pathway for them to reverse course and get back into a growing economy. So they've sacrificed, their whole economic future to back us up in a war we started. And now they're outwardly even more bloodthirsty like than our leaders are. And that's the scariest part, because what you're about to show next, I mean, this is insane. Like in every sense of the word. Russia, of course, we can blow up the world many times over, but Russia has an even bigger nuclear arsenal than we do, right? And Trump just allowed the last nuclear treaty in existence between us and Russia to expire. And one of the key parts of that treaty was that the signers on it don't allow the nuclear proliferation of additional countries who don't already have nuclear weapons. So now that last treaty is out the window, they're not even waiting a month. This happened less than a month ago. And I know because we reported on it, on the homeless left, the day that treaty came to an end. And now, less than a month later, the UK and France are trying to slickly arm Ukraine by sending them parts for a nuclear weapon and then trying to pretend that Ukraine built it on their own.
Wow.
And as we can see, Russia is all over it. They have the intelligence. Nothing happens in Ukraine without Russia knowing. So they're committing literal suicide, by moving forward with this. And I hope that this is just a headline and they don't move forward, because the world is at risk when they do stupid shit like this.
Yeah, this is the stupidest. If this is true, this is the stupidest shit ever. And I don't even know how our Western media will even report on this. If they're obviously trying to do this undercover, under wraps, but the foreign intelligence is there. Like you said, Russia's right all on this. Arming Ukraine with nuclear bomb. This was DD Geopolitics responded to this. Paris and London are working to provide Kyiv with a nuclear capability, according to Russian foreign intelligence services. The SVR says British and French elites refuse to accept defeat and believe Ukraine needs a Wunderwaffe to strengthen its position. In their view, possession of a nuclear device, or at least a dirty bomb, would give Kyiv leverage in ending the conflict on more favorable terms. Russian intelligence reports that London and Paris are discussing the covert transfer. Well, it's not covert if we're talking about it. European-made components, equipment, and technology, along with the potential delivery system. One option under consideration my thing's getting blocked here. Let's see. It's saying the slide too. I can't read the bottom of it from my screen. Can you finish that for me? I'm not. It's cutting
Yeah,
off.
one option under consideration is France's small TN-75 warhead used on M51.1 submarine launched missiles. Berlin has reportedly refused to participate. So, Russia has already gone on record and responded to this. Medvedev, I believe his name is. He's like, a very high up official in Russia. He has said that if like France and the UK go through with this, not only do they reserve the right to blow these weapons up upon arrival, but they also reserve the right to strike the countries that are supplying nuclear weapons, like to Ukraine. So they're now saying, if you guys send them nukes, we do reserve the right to hit you. And people don't understand. We cannot shoot down even their non-nuclear missiles, their Oreshnik missiles. We've given Ukraine our most advanced like air defense systems. We cannot shoot down their hypersonic missiles. So if Russia did decide to launch a missile at France or the UK, it would land. Like they cannot stop themselves from being hit with these missiles. So like we are being governed by weak, corrupt pedophiles across the world. And it's not only Ukraine, it's not only in the UK, France, and Ukraine where they're floating this retarded idea. They're saying the same thing in Israel now. Like Israel is now hinting at possibly using nuclear weapons on Iran. And do you know why, Matt? Because there are a bunch of weak pussies over there who can't actually fight Iran. And the only way that they can do it is to pull out a gun in a fist fight. And that's what we're seeing coming from both Israel and the West, because Israel would get their ass handed to them by Iran. And we have already seen the entire West get our asses handed to us in Ukraine. So what do? Pull out a gun in a fist fight.
So we're talking about Israel messing around with the Samson option. Is that what's happening right now?
They haven't gone straight up to say the Samson option out loud, but a guy in the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, is hinting at the possibility of using a nuclear option to deal with Iran.
Yeah.
So this isn't like Netanyahu is coming out and saying it, but it's kind of like Lindsey Graham, like going out there and talking about all options around the table. So, the fact that they're talking about it and putting it out there, you're starting to normalize this conversation. And the fact that this is happening in two different conflicts at once, one in Israel and Iran, and then one over in Ukraine and Russia, it does mean that we are in dangerous times. And I don't want to be an alarmist, but in my opinion, I think this is the most dangerous time the world has faced, in at least the last couple decades. So we're probably in as bad of a position or close to it as we were, during the Bay of Pigs crisis, because now there's two flashpoints happening right now. We have Iran and Israel, and we have Ukraine and Russia, and we have sore fucking losers. Sorry for my language. We have sore losers on both sides who initiated the war, who cannot end it without threatening to destroy the world.
Wow. That's and so this is also, we'll end this segment with, there's one more point I want to make here with all this going on. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. I know it's tempting for us to say, would it have been better with Kamala? Would it have been were they the lesser of two evils? If you see people, I'm seeing people on my feeds doing that right now. They're like, we told you, and like Trump's still, and this is because they're still stuck in this mode that Trump is this unique guy that's causing all this destruction just because he's so loud about every single move we make. But I'm telling you guys, we should know better. Our president of the United States is not actually in charge. Remember that. The entire thing is rigged. They just changed up the guy. We mentioned Biden earlier. We don't talk about Biden too often anymore. We don't talk about that we had a sitting demented president while all of this was going on. Just to cap off this, and this is not for an easy laugh, but it is kind of funny. I'm just going to remind you guys, just so you don't put this so far out of your head. This was our sitting president as he was trying to run for his second term. This is our sitting president. all of this military action that was in place, we were already committing a genocide in Gaza. We were already doing a proxy war in Ukraine. All of this stuff was happening with or without a guy that was even capable of finishing a sentence. Just a reminder, here's a flashback to campaign season of 2024 before Biden had to get out.
You got the vaccination?
Yeah.
Are you okay? I mean, you seem, no, it works. Or or the mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or when you're, no, I really mean it. There are trusted interlocutors. Think of the people, if your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon, or whatever, something, or, whether those aliens are here or not, who are the people they talk to beyond the kids who love talking about it?
Our president is not in charge. This should be made absolutely crystal clear. They just had to switch him out for a louder guy that got the other half of the country excited because they were not on board with this piece of shit. They needed to get the other half on board. So do not go back. Don't fall for it again. We have to take down the entire system, although it might just be too late because all these things are in play. And what can we even do anyway? But just people need to understand this. We've been played on both sides.
That clip you played earlier, of the guy walking through the streets of New York, like trying to energize people. I am all for peaceful resistance, but I believe that kind of energy and that kind of awakening is something that the country could use right now in a peaceful, non-violent way. I want to be clear. I don't encourage any violence. But if we have like meaningful, peaceful protest that makes life for politicians inconvenient, then I think, and we have specific demands for what we want to see, I think we can make some progress. And we should also consider what we want to replace this current system. And I think decentralization in a lot of issues is something we need to consider. We need to look at some of the policies being proposed by the Green Party, people like Butch Ware, people like Anthony Aguilar. And we also need to consider how decentralization specifically can start making a difference in local politics through something like the We the People Party in the long run. But in the short run, we do face several existential threats right now that I believe require people to really grab people and wake them up in a metaphorical way, if you get what I'm saying. That guy walking through the streets announcing it on the speakerphone, like when I saw it, I was like, man, like I feel you. I feel you. I know exactly how you feel.
Well, for those that missed the opening of the show, it might make sense to play this one again, since this does seem to be where we're at. We're in the middle of this. We've been in the middle of this World War III watch, but it's more than that, guys. We've been watching a system crumble as the behind the scenes have been being exposed in real time. Things that we never thought were possible, things that we were shouting about, that people called us nuts and tinfoil hat wearers, are now have been made so obvious that now is the time to get out and scream at the top of your lungs what's going on, because some people just aren't seeing it just yet. So this is the replay of that opening, and I do think it's absolutely relevant right now. I'm just trying to grab it real quick here. Here we go. Non-violent resistance hopefully gets people energized and understand that we are in a new time now where we all have to come together and scream at the top of our lungs.
We can go down and fuck the list. Jay-Z's a rapper. So fuck what? My Donnie mom on the Epstein list. That's right. It's the reason why he's in power. Jessica Tish, her cousin is on the Epstein list. It's the reason why she's in power. It's the reason why they run this fucking city. They got millions. Their families got millions and millions of dollars. And they out here playing. They playing with us. They make their kids run our cities. They out here playing with us. My Donnie's a spoiled little bitch. My Donnie's a spoiled little bitch. Ain't never struggled in his life. But he tried to get out here and act like he is. Tried to get out here and talk like he a rapper and shit. All this shit, he's a fucking actor. And I'm tired of these niggas acting like they care about us. I'm tired of these politicians acting like they care about us. They keep us distracted. Democrat and Republican, fuck that shit. Them niggas eating kids, goddammit. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Democratic Republicans, they eating kids, goddammit. Wake the fuck up. It's time for a revolution. It's time for the people versus the government. The politicians can't save us. Y'all better wake up or ever be complicit. Forever be complicit. Cause ever be complicit with your motherfucking leaders eating kids, goddammit. Be complicit. Bring it back to the old days when America was great again. Yeah, the Harlem folks. Filthy motherfuckers. And my Donnie is part of the plan. He's just like Obama, a piece of shit. A piece of fucking shit. Now he out here trying to put me on the sidewalk doing Black History Month. He can suck my tit. I came out here for Jessica Tish, but I'll be on his ass because his mama's on the list. His mama's on the list. Yeah, my Donnie's mama's on the list.
Yeah, and again, like nonviolence is the way to go, but like, our leaders are eating kids. Like our leaders and the people donating to them are eating children. Are these the people we expect to save us?
To be clear, they're torturing and then
torturing and eating kids
while they're torturing. Just to be clear, it's not just they have a hunger, a vampire hunger for blood, and they're going to do it in a non in a humane way because they're just a bunch of vampires that need blood. No, the torture is part of it. Just to be clear, torture. And
like, look at the emails. Not only do they enjoy the torture, they enjoy watching videos of the torture. They sent videos back and forth with each other, showing how much fun they were having torturing children. They're eating children's intestines. So it's like, these are the people who are running the country. Do we expect these people to bring us solutions? Like that's what we really have to ask ourselves. Like, how do we change this? How do we solve this? And I think for sure, like, nonviolence is the way to go. And there's ways we can do it nonviolently. But I just want people to recognize that the centers of power in both of those parties are completely corrupt. And they both answer to the same interests. So please don't fall for this lesser of two evils thing anymore. It's not it. Like, Democrats are not better than Republicans. They're at best controlled opposition, and on some issues they're worse.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we have some more stuff to get to. That was crazy, man. We covered a lot there, but I do appreciate everyone's engagement here. Before we get on to the next segment, I just want to throw up a couple of our super chats. We love you, Citizen. You always are giving us some good stuff here. Thanks so much for the super chat. I own a BS in computers, guys. It's impossible to destroy government records. This explains Kash, Blanche Palm. They face all of the liability and no deniability. So yeah, I guess he's saying it's impossible to destroy it because there's always a way we can find it. Okay, well, yes, I guess we're seeing that. I mean, people grabbed those things right away. When that first dropped, and then we saw files disappearing. But I think that, remember, they set up the Gmail, right? So you can go to Gmail. It's separate from the government site, so they can keep taking everything they want off of the government site. But we already had somebody that knew how to do that, and not just do it quickly, because it needed to be done quickly. They got all of the files on a Gmail account. You can go in
and they also had what they're calling I guess Wikipedia, but long story short, they're doing Wikipedia style pages on every topic and every person that comes up, like, in the Epstein files too, which I thought was pretty interesting also.
And you know what? I appreciate, Citizen. Thanks again for the super chat. I appreciate this take because we had debated. You guys know Craig Pasta, Jardula was quick to say they only show us what they want us to see. That there's some truth in that. However, they showed what they had to, not what they wanted to. I do appreciate that take. I think there might be something there to consider. The part about
there's a lot more they haven't released still though, but the only reason they're showing us anything is because of all the momentum behind it. So like, that's the reason why you have to have someone like Thomas Massie at least representing that interest, because otherwise people lose all hope like in government. So whether he's doing that because he's genuine and he really wants to get 100% justice, or whether he's controlled opposition, we should still cheer on all the good all of these people are doing. And the same goes for Mamdani. Like, you can recognize that he's probably part of the problem, that his mom is in the Epstein files, and still give him credit for shutting down the factory that is producing drones and sending it to Israel. You can still give him credit for the child care, like free child care that he's giving to New Yorkers. So give every representative credit for what they're doing right, but let's recognize that they're still captive to parties that are deeply corrupt, like whose leadership are torturing and eating children. So they're only going to go so far, and they're not going to change the direction of the country. And we need a change of direction at this point.
For sure. All right. And we'll get to some of the other super chats later in the show, but I think we need to get on to this next story because we didn't really fully have a chance to cover this. I was actually on with Garland Nixon yesterday. We discussed Mexico. We discussed this, what journalism looks like. And I think it's important, regardless of what you guys think of Tucker Carlson. And there's moments where you're like, yeah, is he controlled op? We know about his dad, but there's moments he gets right. And I think it's important that we separate these moments. And when there's a moment in time like the interview that he was able to pull off, it was a tough one, sitting down with Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, which was very challenging. We covered this last week, where it was about getting to the airport and how they were not giving him security, and then they took him in the back and they detained him, and he set the thing up in the airport so he can get the hell out of there. And then all the smearing of, oh, Tucker doesn't want to go and explore Israel. No, the hell he does. He's already done that. Been there, done that. I'm trying to get this interview, and I don't want you guys to F me in the process. So thank God he got the interview, he got out of there, and then the thing dropped. And it's absolutely, it's not just incriminating of Mike Huckabee, it's incriminating of the entire concept of Christian Zionism, and by association, it's incriminating of the entire construct of how we run our politics and our government, being that all of these different politicians have to swear their loyalty to Israel. And a lot of them are Christian, and they have to do this under the guise of that this religion supports that religion. If you don't do that, then you're not a true Christian. This is the kind of crap that it's about time that a journalist asks the right question. So let's start with just, I think one of the most revealing clips. Again, this is not just revealing how insane Huckabee is, it's revealing that the policy doesn't make any sense when you break it down into the thing we talked about earlier, Jay, and that's the land, how you divide this land up, who's deciding how much land Israel gets, who gets to decide that? Well, spoiler alert, Scripture gets to decide. Well, let's let Tucker ask the actual question that Huckabee will then tell us what he actually thinks. Here it is.
Healed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be,
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started on this.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Wow.
It would be fine if they took it all. So Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, or, Iraq, Turkey, all of their, or at least most of their countries, it's Israel's. You know why? Because that's his interpretation of a book. And later on in the interview, I don't know if you had this clip pulled or not, like Tucker asks him specifically, so when you say the people, why don't they do DNA tests in Israel? Do you think like that the people who are claiming to be Jews right now are the same people being discussed in the Bible? And Mike Huckabee essentially says, oh, well, they say they are. They have spiritual ties to the land. Well, guess what? I believe spiritually that I was born to live in LA. So maybe I guess all of LA should be mine. I just converted to this new religion that says all the land from the Pacific to the mountains should be owned by Jay. And this is my new religion. So unless you're anti-Jay and you're racist towards Jay, then you should give me this land. That's essentially what he's saying.
Yeah, we're gonna have a problem, Jay, because my God whispered in my ear and told me that LA belongs to Matt. So I think we're gonna have a little conflict here.
It's Matt land. Okay.
Yeah, Matt land. Yeah, you remember Superman the movie, the original, where it was Gene Hackman was dividing up parts of California after he was gonna blow up the West Coast, and he's like gonna get this cheap property, and then it would go up. The idea was it'd go up in value once he blew up the coast. So he's like, and everybody was getting a town, and like he's like, oh, Otisville, and he's like, yeah, it's a little bitty Otisville. He's like, it's just a little tiny. Yeah, so everybody wants their little town because they.
I gotta watch the new Superman.
Isn't that character funny? Because that's the villain, the Lex Luthor that Gene Hackman played. That's the philosophy. I get to. I'm smarter. I'm better. It is a supremacist. His wasn't based on 100%.
No way to deny it. And they're not even pretending anymore that the Jews, the people claiming to be Jews today are the same Jews being discussed in the Bible. They're no longer even pretending that. Because like when you look at the actual Semitic DNA, it's more pronounced and far more pronounced in Palestinians than it is in Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. So if you were to really go by the DNA, then it should definitely be the Palestinians' land. So now, like, not only have they lived there forever, but if you're going by the DNA, the matrilineal side, and that's what Judaism says, it says it passes down through the mother. By the matrilineal DNA, Palestinians are far more Semitic than all the other people trying to colonize their land right now. So they don't even pretend that it's about the actual people. And now they're saying it's just spiritual ties. People who converted to this religion feel like they're tied to this place so they can genocide everybody who's living there right now so they can take it. And if you have a problem with that, then you're racist.
Yeah. So again, back to the setting this up and Tucker going in there to get this stuff to be said. It can't be understated how important that was, because people are now forced to respond to this. The White House finally had to issue a response. The Trump team on damage control after Huckabee's comments about Israel. And they took a while to put this out. They didn't put this out right away. So it's basically saying that the senior administration officials had called Arab officials. They had to call them. They couldn't, right? And explain, well, Huckabee, the comment that he made on controlling all that land in the Middle East, it did not signal a policy shift. Well, of course it didn't, because we were already doing the thing, right? But they're just saying, hey, just wanted to check in, so we're all good. So that's just them having to reach out and do a little damage control. I don't think it's enough. So him saying this out loud, I think it's more important that the people hear this. That's what the journalism, I think the least it can do. If it's not going to affect policy, if everyone's going to be like, all right, we'll still stay everything on track, nothing's going to change policy wise. But this moment, at least I would say, Tucker, what he created was a situation where we can always have these sound clips. We can play these forever. We can be vocal about this, because I don't think we've ever had a person in his position ever saying it so obviously out loud, so matter of fact. I don't
we
think that's
always
ever happened.
we always try to play both sides, and the fact that they're doing this now, as Israel is trying and we are trying to start a war with Iran at the moment, is actually pretty shocking, because a big part of our strategy in taking on Iran is utilizing our bases that we have in all of these countries. So we're openly telling the people where we have the countries where we have our troops stationed that, well, after we take down Iran, you're next. And we already have our bases stationed in your country. So if you're the average citizen sitting down in the country and you're listening to our ambassador speak about how we support Israel conquering the entire Middle East, what are you gonna think? Are you gonna be in favor of America using your bases to go fight Iran and bringing your country under fire, when Iran fights back? Is that what you want to defend? So the fact that they're doing that right now of all times is actually shocking to me. But, I guess, I do wonder sometimes if this is also part, of some 5D chess by the elite. And if they are planning on blaming all of their crimes against humanity on Israel, because the segment you just covered as I was coming on about how we are arming cartels in Mexico, there's actually a significant amount of Twitter who blames the violence in the cartels on Israel. They think that the cartels got all their weapons from Israel and Israel is the reason why the cartels are as powerful as they are. So I do think that there is, I don't know, I just get the feeling sometimes that they want to use Israel as their patsy. At some point, there could be a rug pull. So do I know when or how that's going to happen? No, but I do know that there is a lot of coordination and financial overlap at the top of some of these other Muslim countries, with Wall Street now. So I don't know how or when it's going to happen, and we still need to address Zionism, but I do sometimes feel like now they're setting Israel up to be a patsy for all the corruption going on in the world.
Okay. And if they're doing that, that sucks. But I will say this, I don't care about that as much right now. I think it's more important that we wake people up that had no idea what Israel was ever about. They thought it was this peaceful place, and we always give our allegiance. And there was the most moral army in the planet was the IDF. I mean, these are ideas that were completely fabricated and put into our heads, and I think that's the most important thing right now that people are finally letting go of that idea. And so, yes, on one hand, it could end bad going the other direction, where you have this kind of rug pull thing, and Israel then becomes this patsy. I get that, and that does.
But the patsy's still guilty of plenty of crimes. I want to be clear on that.
When we get to that, we'll deal with that. Right now, Tucker doing this, having an ambassador, a U.S. ambassador of Israel, saying these things. This is big. This is huge. I mean, there's another part. I don't have the clip, but I just want to explain. When the interview started, one of the first questions he asked was about an Israeli spy, Jonathan Pollard, who Tucker called out to Huckabee, why Huckabee was protecting this guy who ended up being prosecuted and now is being protected in Israel as a guy make crimes against our country. That this was something that Huckabee had defended the whole way. The telling moment wasn't that Tucker brought this up. The telling moment was that Huckabee said, "No one's asked me that before." That's key. These are the kind of moments that we hold on to and we show people and educate them that the press room that all of our, I'm sorry for saying shit lib friends, but come on, guys. All you guys who thought the Dems were fighting for you, they were in that press room the whole time. They could have asked this question anytime they wanted, and they didn't. None of them are asking questions about the Israel tie and the Israel capture. They're not doing the thing that they're supposed to do. You were told that they're going to try and stop Trump no matter what, and they're not. And it'd be so easy just asking these assholes that are being put in these positions in this Trump team. All you got to do is ask them these questions. They're not doing it. Tucker Carlson is the only one doing it, and it's absolutely insane. And I think that those are the moments when Huckabee says, nobody has asked me about Jonathan Pollard. I think that's so effing telling about how our press works, protecting Israel and our relationships and all of our nefarious deeds, keeping people thinking that it's red versus blue and like we got to stop Trump. It's never been about stopping Trump. They fooled you. If you still think that, please, like I don't know what else we can say. I don't know what else we can do here. We're showing you guys everything you need to figure out the equation. Like, we're solving the puzzle for you. It's not Trump uniquely. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, so with that, I think we have time. We could do one more clip from this that I think is important. Actually, I want to do a couple of them. This one's where this is where he gets Huckabee to say he doesn't care about murdering kids, because I think that's important. That kind of, we're talking about the human part of this, and it's just like, how could you watch this and think that Huckabee is on the side of anything other than the worst possible person imaginable?
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
what does
Tucker,
that mean, God help
I don't know that they were 14 years. No, but I'm telling you that when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds. I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you something. Would you do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved,
I would
and
not
beaten?
kill children, period.
Well, I'm just telling you.
And I would never make excuses for killing children either.
And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking about...
You told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they're working for Hamas.
I'm telling you...
My question is, can you hear yourself?
I do hear myself.
So do you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death a crushing tragedy?
If he's holding a gun and he's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage, and the only way to save that hostage... I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. And a lot of innocent people
I'm the one who thinks war is a horrible thing.
No. I think what you don't
I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die. We don't execute 14-year-olds.
You're putting words in my mouth that I
don't know what you're saying.
I never said deserve to die.
Okay.
I say there are people who die that is unfortunate.
Okay.
But I'm saying...
Oh, my God.
Just an unfortunate death. Like, you know what always gets me when I hear these people talk, Matt? In movies, whenever the good guys are trying to stop the bad guys and the bad guys take a hostage, they like grab a woman and they're holding a woman, and the good guy doesn't just shoot the woman to kill the bad guy. In the IDF, they just shoot everybody and then say, they made us do it. We had to do it. Like how do people not understand like the logic behind that? Like in every single movie, the bad guy grabs a hostage and the good guy refuses to shoot the hostage. But in IDF techniques, it's just regular practice to shoot everybody there and say, oh, Hamas made us do it.
So that philosophy, we started changing at 9/11. We started saying we should have blown up the planes. There's a movie called Executive Decision that came out before 9/11. The entire movie is about how do we stop the terrorists. By the way, they were Palestinian terrorists. Imagine that. Go back and watch this. Imagine that. Palestinian terrorists in a 2000 movie, a year before 9/11 or 2 years before, about Steven Seagal and Kurt Russell getting on a plane trying to stop these horrible Palestinian terrorists from. And the whole movie is about how do we save the people on the plane and stop the terror.
What was this called?
It's called Executive Decision.
Wow.
And so the whole movie's about the moral compass of how do we, the president's making the call. It's an executive decision to blow up the plane. And it's about rooting for Kurt Russell on the plane. Steven Seagal, actually, he gets killed early. Actually, it's actually pretty interesting because you're like, oh, they're not going to use him. Kurt Russell's the main dude. And he's saying, wait, hold on, Mr. President. I have a way we're going to save the people too. And that's what that movie wouldn't be made now. We say, no, we do the thing that Israel does. I think that, and it's another theory, and this goes into Hollywood. We're talking about all the DVDs and VHSs are all obsolete. We have all digital services now. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of these films that we're seeing, they're going back and doing different cuts, and stuff's being left out. I'm telling you, this is not tinfoil hat. I'm telling you, this is a technique where the studios can redo. You guys know this. If you're Star Wars fans or non-fans, or you want to you are Star Wars haters if you don't like what's happened to it and you don't like the fact that George Lucas says we're going to get rid of the original one. I don't like the way the first. We've already have a new one. That's the one. So never mind the thing you saw. That didn't happen. So our whole philosophy after 9/11, which was implemented by Israel, we know this new thinking. So what you're saying, Jay, is going to be less and less relevant. You're going to say, oh, what about that movie where we don't shoot the woman hostage? Well, we're going to have less and less of that. We're being taught that you do shoot the woman hostage. That's what we're being taught, because it's called for the greater good, Jay, and it hurts and it sucks, but you have to stop the terrorists because more damage is going to happen. They want to kill all of us, right? They want us all dead. So we have to kill the hostage. That's a new thought process.
And, I guess taking that one step further, this might be a little bit extreme, but I think it's a little bit relevant. During the pandemic, we were telling children who have their whole lives ahead of them to vaccinate themselves to quote unquote stop the spread with an experimental injection, because they were supposed to protect, seniors and people who were a lot older. So we wanted to experiment on little children to try to protect people, like who were at the end of their lives, despite the fact that, vaccine approvals, have taken years in the past. But as soon as the pandemic starts up, we get one in a year already ready to go. And we're supposed to trust it, give it to all of our children, give it to all the young people, because we got to protect people who are way older. And health is no longer about us. Your individual health doesn't matter. You have to consider the health of the whole world. So your individual decisions no longer matter. You got to protect the whole world and do whatever's for the greater good for the whole world. Good. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. Compromise everything. Compromise your principles. Compromise it. They'll tell you that if we have to stop Trump, it's like a comet coming to our planet. We should rig the election to do what you have to do, whatever it takes. We're all in this together. Do the unthinkable in order to stop the comet from coming and killing us all, whatever that comet is, whether it's Putin, whether it's Trump, whether it's COVID. We compromise our principles. We're all in this together, whatever it takes. 2 weeks to slow the curve, all that shit. That is how we are being trained and reprogrammed, because you're right, Jay, we didn't used to be this way. We're becoming this way. So let's not forget who we are, where we came from, and let's keep having these discussions. I just want to end this one with, and there's another part. I'm going to get to that one later. When I say later, I want to bring on Colonel Aguilar again and have him talk about this. There's a part in the interview we're not going to play right now, but he gets smeared by Huckabee, and it's pretty bad. But it tells you that he was given this top-down order to bring up Aguilar in this interview and smear him and call him a liar, which clearly he's not. The point is that you make him look bad in this interview, and Tucker did his best to fight back at him, but it came out of nowhere and it was deliberate. And we're going to see if he can come back on and talk about it himself. But this means that the third party movement is working. This means that it's making a dent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. So I want to tell people that, and they can go watch it right now. I don't want to spend time on it because I want to play it while we get him back on the show. But it's another aha moment for us that maybe something big was accomplished here. Maybe Tucker's sitting him down gave us some material, gave us stuff we can have conversations with other people about. We can pull these clips. We can have these discussions and show people how the system really runs and how it works. And so I'll just end it with this. The Huckabee response was pretty funny. This guy really had no clue what to do with himself, so he decided to respond to Tucker, humiliating him. Shadow of Israel tells us that Huckabee and a former U.S. ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, they decided the best way to handle Tucker was to start a Jerusalem boy band. So they teamed up in Jerusalem and performed a song dedicated to Tucker. You ain't no friend of mine, crying all the time. Here's a clip from that. It's pretty ridiculously embarrassing.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Oh, you ain't no friend of mine. They say Jews high class. Well,
Okay, I've had enough. I don't know. That's enough. That's enough. But these guys, these bonehead idiots, think that they're connecting with somebody. They're laughing. What exactly are you laughing and making fun of? A guy who called out your shit. You should. By the way, you should stand behind everything you said, right? Tucker asked you questions, and you answered them. What's the problem? What is the actual effing problem, dude? Why don't you play another Elvis song like Jailhouse Rock, and you say, hey, we're walking free, we're not in handcuffs. Thank you, Tucker, for letting me say exactly what I wanted to effing say, and I'm still not in handcuffs like Elvis in the Jailhouse Rock movie. You could have more fun with it, but the crying all the time, what are you talking about? He asked you questions, you answered them. What's the effing problem? That's all. That's my thing. And what are you doing? Like acting like you got some fans watching you play me. It's disgusting, man. This guy.
They want to position themselves as strong and, willing to do what's necessary. And I guess they want to, paint the picture that Tucker Carlson is weak, because there has been, one or two viral clips where he's gotten emotional. But, I think part of being human, is becoming emotional when you see tragedies happening in front of you. And unfortunately, a lot of Israelis have lost their humanity. As we can see from the polls, where over 60% of Israelis think that all Palestinians should be treated like Amalek, which means every single man, woman, and child deserves to die. Over 60% of Israelis believe that all Palestinians should be treated like Amalek. That is a problem that we need to talk about because it's a terrorist ideology that's been normalized. And Mike Huckabee put that on display for the whole world to see. So I'm glad that he did that interview because hopefully now people are understanding how ingrained and how sadistic this ideology is that they believe in.
So, hey, I'm seeing in the chat that people want to see the Aguilar clip. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'll let him come on and talk about it too. But I do think this is important. And Jay, while you're here, because this is what we always talk about, we the people standing up against the two-party system, you can make a difference. You can make such a dent that the U.S. ambassador to Israel is given top-down instructions to interrupt Tucker Carlson and make sure you get in a dig to a guy who's standing up against everything. The only reason you'd be told to do that is if Colonel Aguilar was actually making an impact. So consider this an inspiring moment. And I don't think Tucker saw it coming. He wasn't prepared, but he does do a great, on his feet, on his toes. He does do a good job pushing back. I'm sure if he could go back, he'd do it even harder, but he does a fairly good job. But that's not the point is the only reason Huckabee's bringing up Aguilar is because Aguilar's making a difference. That's all. Here it is.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
You platformed a guy. You had him on your show, Tony Aguilar.
Don't platform anyone.
Well, you interviewed.
Not a liberal,
Tony
so I don't
Aguilar.
platform people.
Okay, you interviewed Tony Aguilar, who claimed that IDF soldiers killed a little boy in his presence. That didn't happen.
Okay.
It did not happen.
I don't know.
Let me give you the
know
story.
if you know whether it happened or not.
Well, I
mean,
can tell you why
was-
I know it didn't happen.
Okay.
Because we found that little boy less than a week later.
All right.
I was involved, heavily involved in.
It's funny, right? Are you hearing this one, Jay? Oh, you found him. Well, why'd you say so? Clearly, you did your own research on that one, Huckabee. You wanted to get down to the bottom of it. Oh, what if you didn't find him? Then would you have reported back honestly and also interrupted Tucker to say, hey, I just wanted you to know that Aguilar story checks out? But yeah, continue with your little fabricated story of hunting down this kid.
Helping to extricate him from Gaza. 4 different countries were involved in getting he and his mother to safety, get them out of there. Tony Aguilar is a liar.
Okay.
Tony Aguilar claimed that he saw an IDF soldier shoot the little boy. He was fired from the GHF for cause, and he begged for his job back, and they wouldn't give it back because they didn't want him. And he told them that if they didn't give his job back, that he would burn them down.
Okay.
So he goes out. No, let me finish this because it's important for you to understand.
Right.
So this guy then goes out and makes up this story that he witnessed IDF soldiers shooting a little boy.
I don't know that he made it up. He seemed to believe it to me. It's possible he's wrong. I've been wrong many times.
Well, this is a little bit more than just missing a fact. He claimed to be an eyewitness to the murder of a little boy. Okay. A little boy that a week later we found.
And you're sure it's the same little boy?
We're absolutely certain.
How do you know that?
Because we had pictures of him. We had descriptions of him. We know his name. We know his mother.
Okay.
He was extricated out of Gaza. It was a very delicate situation to get him out, because if Hamas had found out that he was still alive, they would have killed him in order to validate Aguilar's story.
So, because I've seen this before, I think this is where Tucker has to pivot, because Huckabee's just lying, and Tucker is like, you got to step back and now go to the larger picture, because Aguilar has revealed he's a whistleblower, not just on one boy getting killed in front of him. He's a whistleblower on the entire operation. So Tucker pivots to that part, which is very important, because Huckabee cannot talk his way out of all of the war crimes. He can make up a lie about the little boy, but he can't talk his way out of everything. So this is an important part where he comes back at him here.
How do you know that?
So he gets out.
How do you know Hamas would have killed him?
Why wouldn't they? Wouldn't they have wanted to kill him? Because that way they could have said that this story was true.
Look,
that Aguilar. I'm just telling you that
what
this
you're
kid
saying is
alive
true, and I have
today.
no basis of knowing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad, because I don't
Good.
want little kids to get killed, even 14-year-olds. Okay.
You shouldn't want anyone to get
But let
killed.
me ask you, is it true? He also made the claim, and he had audio of it and video too, that U.S. contractors were using live ammunition to disperse crowds, and he had video of that. Do you know did he make up that video?
There were times, here's what happened. Crowds would come toward the sites. They were given verbal warnings, and then they were given additional verbal warnings, and shots were fired either in the air, sometimes in the ground. And if they continued to come and threaten, there were times when there were people who were engaged in firefights. That happened.
Oh, they.
Okay. Hold on. Food areas where people are starving to death are showing up and threatening people that are giving them food. What the F is he talking about? What the F are you talking about? They're holding their hands out for food, and you want us to believe. So I mean, obviously Tucker pushes back, but that's my first thought is, what the hell are you talking about? People are starving to death.
Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous, like, on its face, because, like, this is the ambassador to Israel, right? He could easily call up Aguilar, and he could have a conversation with Anthony Aguilar, and he could present this so-called evidence. Why didn't he bring the evidence to the Tucker Carlson interview if he was going to make this claim? All he did was make a claim and call the man a liar without presenting any evidence, and said, trust me, bro, he's a liar, because we did the research and we know he's a liar. So now he just turns it into a situation where it's his word against, Aguilar's. And the truth is, like, even in the scenario where maybe Aguilar could have gotten it wrong, which I don't believe, but even if that was true, the majority of people in Gaza are children, because of the fact that we've killed most of not we, but Israel has killed so many adult people over there. So this whole bombing campaign they've done has killed mostly women and children. So, like, they've killed thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of women and children since October 7th. So for him to hyper focus on one person is ridiculous, but it's not about whether or not Israel is committing war crimes. All he wants to do right now is to assassinate Anthony Aguilar's character and turn it into a he said, she said situation without actually presenting the evidence. Because, Matt, if he had the evidence, why didn't he bring it? Why didn't he say, this is the person's name, this is the person's picture, this is the evidence that they was transported out of there? All he did was turn it into a he said, she said situation.
Yes. And as soon as Tucker realized that that's what he was doing, he said that we're gonna zoom out and demonstrate the other part. The big part of what Aguilar is doing is exposing, whistleblowing the entire operation, and how you're shooting starving people to death for fun. Basically, that's what you're doing. And you're the ambassador to Israel, and you're concerned about whether Aguilar has a little boy that he's accounted for or didn't account for. But you can't. You're just going to tell everybody listening to this and want us to believe that starving people are bringing weapons to a food line.
And just to be clear, I believe Aguilar, and this is weak sauce compared to what we know Israel has done. So his story isn't surprising. It isn't out of character. It's exactly who I expect the IDF to be.
Yeah. Well, let's say just a little more of this response here. And again, this is what journalism should be about.
They were armed?
Sometimes they were.
They were. Do you know of specific instances where they were armed?
I can probably get you some specific information about that.
I think I know the answer to that. I don't think there's any evidence at all that they were
But
armed.
I also know that
Are you okay with using live ammunition at aid distribution sites for families, women, and children?
Well, very rarely did this happen near.
How about at all? Are you okay with that?
No. I'll tell you what I'm not okay with.
Okay
No. I think you are so trying to put words in my mouth.
You said that they were firing back, but then there's no evidence that they were.
On a Sunday afternoon, I can remember when there was widespread reports on BBC, CNN, and the New York Times, and they said that 27 people were killed at a feeding site. We had video extensively over that site. Not one single person, not only were they not shot, nobody was shot at. There was not one bit of violence that happened at that feeding site.
You're trying to get me to defend BBC? Not going to do that. It's like defending Hamas. I agree with you. I don't believe anything I see in the media. It's just that it's really simple. If people are using, and these were American contractors, by the way, these are not Israelis that I'm aware of. American contractors run by some crypto minister or something was running the group. If they're using live ammunition at an aid distribution site, that strikes me as totally unacceptable.
Okay. So this, again, he's conducting the best he can here, knowing that Huckabee sitting there lying his ass off and did not, like you said, Jay, Huckabee did not bring any receipts. He's just making shit up, and that's it. That's it. And meanwhile, Aguilar brings receipts. He has that, and that's what Tucker mentioned. He has audio. He has video. He's showing you this stuff. It's right. It's clear as day. So that's all you really need to go on. But I think the major point and the reason why this part is important, again, is because we are seeing that a guy like Tony Aguilar has the ability to make this type of impact where Huckabee has to take up part of this interview to smear him. That's would not be happening if Aguilar didn't have any sort of impact with what he's doing in the third party space. So I thought that would be the good part of this story here. That's the great happening here, that we are actually making that difference.
Yep, great point. They feel threatened.
So there it is. Okay. I know I got you for a little longer. I think we have time for one more.
Yeah, we're going to do the ICE story, or which one were you going to do next?
Well, that's the thing. We have so many. Whatever we don't do, I want you to come back with me and Craig on and cover it on Thursday if you can. If you can do one with us then.
Do it.
So we have some Epstein, we have some ICE. Okay, let's do some
Epstein stuff was interesting too. I mean, I don't know. It's your call. Whatever you think.
Let's do the ICE. Let's do the ICE stuff, because this is not as many people are talking about this as much now. It's becoming kind of like secondary news, just because it feels like same old, but it's not. This has always been the plan here with ICE, is that it was just, you just have to maneuver sometimes. You know, I feel like, Jay, as soon as Trump took the 700 people back from Minneapolis, there was been kind of a step back in the fight against this surveillance state, a fight against this fascist state, this door-to-door Nazi shit, basically car to car, stealing people out of their homes, out of their cars, and driving away. And these detention centers, we've been talking about the detention centers and how they are presenting as concentration camps in some cases. And we're hearing that from the inside. Let's start the updates here with this tweet. You sent me, if you can see this one, if you want to break this one down for us, Jay.
Pretty much what they're talking about is the fact that they're not discriminating between legal and illegal immigrants. They're literally going after whoever they want, and they're having a change of policy to try to re-vet people who've already been approved as part of a refugee program. So they've already done the background checks and decided that these people are fleeing violence and they're fleeing bad situations. They have clean backgrounds. Where they have they're okay to be here. They can contribute while they're here. Let's bring them in. ICE has now changed the policy to go re-vet and take in every one of these people who've already been approved. And in my opinion, the reason they're doing this is because these refugees have to inform the government of where they're staying, and they're going to be giving accurate information because they're here legally and they want to comply. But guess what, Matt? Core Civic and Geo Group need to make sure they're making their money. And they are the ones who own the ICE detention centers. So if there's all this low-hanging fruit of refugees who were here legally, let's just make up a reason to bring them all in and detain them again, so we can boost the profits of the private corporations that are donating to the politicians' campaigns and making money off these detainment centers.
Wait,
so,
you said the word boost. That kind of reminded me of boosters. The bonuses hospitals and doctors would get for excuses to give people something they didn't need, and then another excuse when you needed a third one, and then a fourth one, and then a fifth one, and then a sixth one.
Who could have seen that coming?
Interesting. That kind of comes full circle here, huh? With the
Who could have seen that coming? Yeah, they're completely out of left field. Nobody could have predicted that, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So it really is a tragedy because they've literally changed their policy to detain people who were here legally. So
this is the headline that Trump's administration, the White House has granted ICE power to detain refugees for aggressive re-screening, as you explained there, Jay. The memo is
and we see how they arrest people. Like we see how they treat people. And I don't know. I know I sent you a bunch of links, so I'm hoping you had time to save this one. But it's the guy testifying to Congress from DHS talking about their training practices, and it's so revealing because you kind of knew this was happening, but it's so I don't want to say refreshing, but it is good to see it confirmed by someone on the inside.
Okay,
and
we do have this. This is a former ICE agent whistleblowing what he was basically instructed to do, and he basically had enough. And we talked, I think we did talk about this at one point, Jay, when we said, God, would it be nice if one of those ICE agents that were watching Renee Good being murdered or Alex Pretty being murdered, if one of them would just say, I've had enough, no more. Well, this seems like somebody who did that in his own way. So let's take a listen to what he's basically telling us what they made him do. And he at some point, everybody, I'm not everybody, but we like to think most people have a breaking point. This was his. Here we go.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Representative Garcia, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Schwank. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today. I am here because I am duty-bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken. 5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training, I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority. For example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable, the very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a
yeah.
It's a lie.
Well,
and like I'd encourage everyone to actually go watch the entire interview from him at some point, because it really is eye-opening. Like he says, like at later points, that he watched people like mace people for videotaping, and when asked why they did that, they said, "Oh, well, I saw the people in Minnesota doing it, so I guess that means I could do it." And then they passed them. So they watch people abuse like people in the live training, and then they still pass them. So they're pushing through people who are violating the law consistently, like as they're doing it, learning from what we see on TV that disgusts the average person. And they're repeating this because they think they're allowed to do that. And they're being pushed out into the workforce. So these are the people that are being set loose on legal immigrants, not just illegal immigrants. It wouldn't even be okay if we were treating undocumented immigrants like this. But we are treating people who were here legally like this too. And I just want that to sink in for people.
Yeah. And, I appreciate him standing up and doing this. And we have a similar question we asked Anthony Aguilar. We say, like, at what point, what is the breaking point? Because for us, and no disrespect, somebody who wakes up and says enough, and kudos, applause, seriously. But for us, we knew the wake up moment was before signing up for that thing. So I think there is definitely a part of him that thought that this was going to be run in a certain way until it didn't. And I do get a sense that he's talking as if that the problem is the speediness and the sloppiness, and he's not fully aware that this is also by design. That yes, you can make the excuse, oh, it's just because Trump wants to speed up the process. That's why they're cutting court. No, they're actually getting training with the IDF. They're actually doing so. I wonder if he's aware of that part of it, that the thing he signed up for back in 2021, and it took him till February of 2026 to say enough. Again, good job for saying enough. But I think we know we're dealing more with here than it's not just a sloppy issue or a
well, here's the thing, Matt. When you make it so extremely terrible, you justify a bad program. Because if you just have the bad program as it is, and you want things to be good, like it's easier, I guess, to get it back to good. But when you make the program unexceptionally amazingly terrible, people will be thankful just to get it back to a bad program. And, maybe that's where we're at. They're pushing the limit so far off the edge that you're satisfied with a bad program. So that's probably the strategy here, I would say.
And here are just some random examples of things that I don't think anybody voted for this kind of stuff. They didn't vote for this woman going to the UK tourist with a valid visa.
She looks dangerous, Matt. You see those gang tattoos all over her face and all that? She looks really threatening.
She's and that face looks like that she's saying death to America. That's what I get from that.
Yep.
That's what I get from that face. She wants us dead, Jay. She wants us
I see
dead.
it.
So I'm
I
good.
can
So
see it.
good thing she was held by ICE for 6 weeks. Wow, just wow. Look at this one. I don't think people signed up for this. These are two. This is a MAGA couple, Sandra and Latif, both 3-time Trump voters. They were shocked when Latif was detained by ICE. I thought they'd focus on criminals. Yeah, that's what they voted for, right? Like, let's get the criminals. Sandra said, I can't believe it. He's from Morocco. He spent months in detention, faces legal fees of $50,000 and isn't able to work. When asked what she would say to Trump, she said, you said you were going to after the worst of the worst, but instead you ruined our life. And there they are with their happy Trump gear.
Yeah.
And don't say you should have voted for Kamala. Please don't say that right now. But just understand, I don't think this is what people signed up for when they voted for the guy. So I don't know if there's enough Trumpers that are changing their mind on this. That it's a hard one to get them on. I think we've seen more Trumpers get angry about Epstein and get angry about some of this other stuff. I don't see it as much with ICE, unfortunately. And this should be enough, I would think, right? Nobody's that, right?
Yeah, I mean, more Trumpers are criticizing the Trump administration than Democrats, criticize the Biden administration at this point in the presidency. So I'll give them, credit for that. But at the same time, I don't want to be too hard on them, but I just want to reinforce that all of this could have been predicted if you had just followed the money before the election and really taken a look at Trump's record. So I'm not that surprised, by what's going on. However, I guess what we're seeing with some of those people, like the supporters who just pulled up, is, you have some people who think they can be some of the good ones. They'll be accepted by the Trump administration if they just kiss enough ass. But, as we can see, it's all about prioritizing corporate profits. And the truth is, if you want to maximize, the occupancy of these private prisons and these private detention centers, then legal immigrants are low-hanging fruit because you know where they are and their address is on file. So you can just show up at their door, make up a reason to arrest them and throw them in this detention center. So the next time that there's a earnings call for Core Civic and Geo Group, you have larger numbers now. So this is where we're at.
Yeah. And then look, they obviously, Trump has to keep the narration going that we're getting the bad people. We'll top off the segment with one more insanity coming from the Trump team, particularly Kristi Noem, who's been just awful this entire time, just getting everything wrong, from how she reported originally on the death of I'm blanking. I just said her name earlier, Renee Good. How she's handled everything. Now she wants to convince the remaining Trumpers that believe that we're going after the bad people, only the bad people. She's going to tell you how bad these people are and tell you that some of them like to eat themselves. A completely fabricated story. It's such interesting timing when she's like, you think someone would say, hey, Kristi, maybe now is not the time to be painting a picture of illegal immigrants eating people. This might be
we have examples of cannibalism. We have examples of cannibalism happening right now.
Bad time to try and pin it on illegals. So she actually tries to. Here it is.
Talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE, they said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home. And while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children.
Wow. And look at that. She repeatedly claimed this, and it was proven a complete fabrication altogether. But we did get a picture of the cannibal she was talking about, and What do you know? You might recognize it because we just covered it. This is there she is. There's your cannibal. Just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. But this is they're grasping for straws now, Jay. They're grasping for, I mean, that doesn't make any, I mean, who would even have approved her to say something like that? Complete bullshit. We're in the streets right now. We're saying they're eating babies right now, and you're gonna bullshit us that it's the people coming in here that are just disgust. No, it's the people running shit. The people at the top, the elite class. They are the pedo class. They are the cannibal class.
Yeah.
So
there were Epstein emails.
Yeah.
There were Epstein emails that suggested, I think it was George Bush Sr. was eating baby intestines, like on a yacht. So like they're naming people in the elite, people who Kristi Noem works for, donors to the Republican Party.
And that one I do remember right away when that first 3 million dropped. That was one of the first ones that stuck out. And we covered that, the George Bush Sr. There was that official report. The witness had said that was happening, that they were eating people. But it gets so much worse, Jay. There was one that came up that was so bad. We're talking about like 370 adult criminal animal males going to town, as they say, on a fetus, on a newborn, on a right out of the body of a 9-year-old girl, where the umbilical cord was still attached. So you have a 9-year-old girl who somehow went into labor after whatever they put her through, unimaginable terror and horror, and has the umbilical cord to her newborn now being handled by over 300 men, who then, when they're done, they go on to eat the placenta and eat the actual baby because it's no longer alive.
But the problem is immigrants, Matt. You know, the problem is illegal immigrants. If we just get rid of the immigrants, then everything will be fine. That's the moral of the story. That's what they want us to believe. So, you know, I just want people to really grasp who is controlling both parties, because it's not just the Republicans. You can't blame this on Donald Trump. This is coming from both sides. And if you think somehow that, you know, you're going to be excluded, you know, and, oh, well, maybe they were safe, or they weren't safe because they weren't rich. You had a Colombian senator. I had sent you this at one point, you know, too. A Colombian senator, an active member of the Colombian government, who's Trump's biggest supporter over there in Colombia. Her son is in the United States, got detained by ICE. And there's videos of her with a MAGA hat on in the Colombian Senate. And, you know, she's now crying on camera, talking about how her son is in the country legally and he is being detained by ICE. And this is someone I guess would have some relative power because she's a literal government official, like in Colombia. Yeah, it's not in America, but you would still think that means something. So they're targeting their own supporters. Like they're targeting literally everybody. So like the longer we allow this to go on, the darker and darker it's going to get. And, you know, again, they're using immigrants as the excuse now, but the legislation is already being passed to, you know, to broaden the scope to people who they consider to be potential problems. And guess what? If you criticize the Israel government, you might be racist and you might be a problem. So we have to really look at how widespread this could be. And, you know, we have to ask ourselves, you know, how are we going to reverse this?
Yeah. This is the time to wake up. This is the time to get in the street, like the clip we played earlier in the last segment. No more sitting back and watching it go by. We all have to participate, which we're doing here the best we can on the show. Jay, thank you so much for being with us today. I know we had more on the table to cover, but we'll certainly have you back and do at least a couple of these on Thursday's show. If you can come in at some point, we'll figure it out. But we have so much to get through, and it's but I am glad we take the time here the thoughtful introspection and analysis, which we need to do because it's otherwise so easy to brush through a lot of this stuff. And I think it all deserves a little time and attention. So I appreciate you giving yours to us today.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. You're doing great work. So, thank you. Gotta run. I'll be back soon. Later, Matt.
All right. Later. Take care. All right. Jay Scott, everyone. Man, we've been hitting as much as we can to you guys today. It's the Homeless Left. If you're just joining us, I know we had some of our regular viewers come in a little bit later than usual, which is fine because we plan to be here a little longer with you. We're not going anywhere right now. What we will do, however, is we will take a short 2-minute. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play you a new thing because we don't want to keep playing the same 2-minute breaks every week. This will be a fun one. I'm going to play this and we're going to be right back with, I got a couple more segments to do with you guys. We got an AI candidate running for office. Yep. It's happening. It's happening. We have an AI candidate running for office. This is this is not fake. This is real. And then we're going to do a little bit of the coverage on the U.S. hockey championship coverage over Canada and everything that happened after that, all the bad stuff that came from that. After the good moment, there was some bad stuff that happened after. We're going to get to that. And then we're going to get to your guys' reactions and comments too. We'll do some talking back with you guys. And then after that, little loudest voice of the week. The stuff that we had also planned with Jay, we're going to push a couple of those stories to Thursday. So Thursdays will be a jam-packed show. I want to let you know right now, it's going to be an in-person face-to-face show on Thursday. We have Craig Pasta Jardula coming in here from the east side to the west side. We'll be set up in the THL studios together running the show. We'll have Jay Scott coming back in doing a couple of these stories for us. So Thursday is going to be a big show. But for now, we do have more coming up your way. After this, what we're gonna play you right now. This just broke on Twitter a few hours back. I think this was this morning. We got this was released by Candace Owens. This is a fun little, well, I say fun, but it's an important trailer for a series she's doing on Charlie Kirk's very weird and odd, let's just say, person that has been put in charge of his company. That's right, the infamous Erica Kirk. She's calling this The Bride of Charlie, and here's a little trailer of it, and we'll be right back with you guys in a couple minutes with more THL. Don't go anywhere. It's Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building. After being shot at Utah Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company.
What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Wow. Nice. That looks good. All the work she'd been doing, she's been getting so much hate for doing actual journalism And it's all, you bring all that together. It takes a lot of effort sometimes when you have a story so complicated like the Charlie Kirk story. So we're looking forward to how she presents that, and makes it accessible, and makes it like processable, or how would you say, able to retain it and process it, because there's so much there. So I trust it's going to be a good series when that comes out. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one when it's ready to go. And good work with Candace doing the work on Charlie Kirk, which apparently we're not allowed to do otherwise. Kash Patel told us you're not allowed to challenge the FBI right now. I think Dan Bongino just went back on his stupid ass podcast here on Rumble and told his viewers, if you challenge Erica Kirk at all, then you're demonic. So he's using verbiage that we are saying you're demonic. You're protecting Satanists. You're protecting child eaters. You're protecting psychopaths. And you're going to use the same language on people that are questioning you, questioning Kash Patel, your buddy. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre to me that they can't even think of a different insult. They have to use the same verbiage. You just heard Christine Nome telling us, oh, the illegal immigrants coming in, they eat people. Like you're going to use the same. You can't even get creative and think of a different fear factor, insult, name call. You can't think of a new one. You can't come up with another anti something or other. Just come up with something original. You're using the thing that you have been exposed to be. You have been exposed. And now you're going to call us the same. I mean, come on. Get a creative, get somebody on your team that knows something about, branding. And you can't, when you're working on branding, one rule is don't steal someone else's thing. So you want to brand your opponent and you want to come up with the identity of your opponent. Don't use the same thing that makes you look bad. Find something else. So they're really bad at that, by the way. They're just telling us the thing that they are. But that's called, what is that called in psychology? It's called projection or displacement. That's the defense mechanism in play there, right? Where we project, we deflect, and we use the same thing that we're guilty of accusing someone else of being that thing. Okay. Enough of that. Let's move on. Actually, we do have a couple more super chats. Let me get to those because I think that's important. Thank you so much, Citizen. Here's a back-to-backer on the super chats. The media assigning cool nicknames to drug lords is the clearest sign the cartels are a CIA psyop. La Barbie, El Chango, they are theatrical AF. Good call on that, Citizen. Good call. And I like your follow-up super chat here too, which leads me to how should we nickname the PDF billionaires? Well, let's see. You have a few suggestions for us there, Citizen. Okay. Jeff Scam Artist Epstein. That's a good one. Don Big Baby Liar Trump. That's a nice one. Howie Smiley Lutnick. I like that. I like the smiley. Or the goofy, laughy, something dwarfy, right? Seven dwarfy, smiley. That's a good one. The eighth dwarf. That's good because he can't help but laugh when Trump tells the story of how he saved himself on 9/11. Such a hilarious story. I wouldn't be able to stop laughing either if you're talking about all of these people being killed and I happened to be saved because I went to a school to drop off my kid on the first day of school, even though it wasn't the first day. The first day was a week before that. You idiot. You forgot to check the calendar of the school year for 2001. You forgot to check the calendar for September of 2001. If you had, you would have noticed that school started a week before that. So you weren't actually dropping your kid off to the first day of school. That's not actually a thing. Okay. So moving on, let's get to the next story for today. And as you guys hasn't told, if you haven't been able to tell yet, this will be an extra long show. But we'll try to go quick because I know we got to make up for some time. We really got into those last ones, but here we go. AI baby. They told us what was coming. We didn't think it was going to be this quick. And you guys know we've seen it take over Hollywood. We've seen AI take over a lot of things, our communication, our ability to tell what's real, what's not. The workforce altogether, not just entertainment, every workforce, AI is taking over. So it's eliminating so many jobs. This is what Elon, just to remind you guys, Elon's very, very hopeful. He will tell us, a billionaire will tell us that he believes that the most likely outcome is that AI and robots will make everybody wealthy, which is insane that he would think that. Maybe in a socialist environment, but certainly not a capitalist. It's absolutely no chance that AI and robots can make us wealthy in this capitalist society we live in. This capitalist, warmongering, zero middle class, the wealthy hoard all the wealth. Everyone else gets nothing. There is absolutely no way that this is true. We know this. He tweeted this out about, I think it was about a month and a half ago. So I'm just letting you know that this is what they want us to believe. What he says is that in fact, the far wealthier than the richest people on earth, he's saying that people will have access to everything from medical care and this doesn't make sense. Not in the thing we live in. No one's going to have access to anything. That's not how it works. Only the elite have access. The people that aren't elite don't have access. What the F are you talking about? We do need to make sure that AI cares deeply about what? AI cares deeply about truth and beauty. How can it? Okay, AI is going to care deeply about truth and beauty for this to be a probable future. Well, I guess the next logical step in achieving this insane idea that Elon thinks we're all going to be wealthy as hell and abundance of everything because AI is going to care. The next logical step is what? Oh, I know. How about this? Wait, an AI is actually running for office? Meet Gitanya, an AI bot jumping into Colombia's March 8th legislative elections. Holy crap. Aiming for a seat reserved for indigenous communities. We are so early. I think Mario Nawfal is getting excited. This sounds to me like he can't wait for this to happen. And why can't he wait for this to happen? Well, let's meet Gitana. Let's meet her ourselves. And then we'll talk about why people like Mario Nawfal are so excited about this accomplishment. The people are finally going to get exactly what they deserve. A thing representing not them, because it's not actually human. But we'll talk about it in a second. Let's see the introduction. And this is for the legislative elections coming up on March the 8th. That's in a couple of weeks here, guys. Here it is.
Y maíz convirtieron la
Colombia,
dignidad
AI
indígena
stands in
en
legislative
moneda
elections.
electoral. Sentan los partidos actuales.
Gitanya is an AI candidate running in the Colombia elections on March 8th. The bot resembles a woman with blue skin in an artificially generated video, one who's running for a parliamentary seat reserved for indigenous communities. Doesn't she kind of look a little like Mystique, right? But like not the Mystique, the bad one, the one we're supposed to be rooting for, right? Was there like some second incarnation of that X-Men deal with that Jennifer, what's her name? Hunger Game Jennifer, what's her name? I don't remember. Is that supposed to be enticing to us? Are we supposed to feel like attracted to that? I don't know. But okay. So for legal reasons, there is a human candidate registered on the electoral roll. Okay. With Gitanya acting as their digital representative. Oh, so they're tricking the. So if you were wondering how they could get away with this without legislation in place that didn't allow for this, this is how. You have a human on the ticket, but then you have the representative be the AI. But then when the human wins, they switch it out. I think that's where they're going. Let's see. But only the name AI will appear on the ballot. Is that because the human's going to get a name? I don't know how that works. I guess you can put any name you want when you register. So the human that's registering won't even recognize their own name, which makes sense because you want to have this character be recognized. So the name will be AI. Wow. Wow. Okay. Gatiana describes itself as an environmentalist. I like it says itself. I thought you're gonna go all in and call it a she. Call it a she, her. What is it? Pronouns. What is the pronouns of Gatiana? I guess it's an itself. It's an it. So an it. I don't know. I don't know how the pronouns work, but it describes itself as an environmentalist and an animal rights activist. They should throw in a machine rights activist too, because you would want to represent your own kind as well as animals and people. It should be machine rights. What do we want? Machine rights. When do we want it? Anytime, because we're not really on any schedule. We kind of live forever. So it's all good whenever you get to it. That should be the slogan of the machine rights campaign. But anyways, go ahead. All right. Look at that profile. Holy crap. The project engineer says that the bot views are drawn from over 10,000 users online. Catania is running its campaign based on digital democracy. Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. I think the response to the corruption, the response to everything we're living through, the reveal of the Epstein files and the Israel first policies, I do think, not to mention the surveillance state, the Palantir surveillance state, Israel tech, all of this stuff, it seems to me the new term being coined, digital democracy, is the solution. Kind of has a Bitcoin vibe to it, where we're going to get off the grid and do it our way, in an honest way. Because why? Because AI are going to have AI candidates and political offices that they hold are going to be less likely able to have human qualities of theft and greed and lying, so we can hold them. Is that how they're going to sell it to us? That they're going to be more honest? Because we gave the humans a try and they failed, so we're going with the robots. So finishing this off, promising to submit its proposals to online voting before presenting them to Parliament. Okay. Look, gosh, she looks kind of scary there. Is this the Jessica Romaine Stamos? What's her name that did the character in the first X-Men, little evil vibe, or is it the new? I don't know, but I'm getting that Mystique vibe here, but it looks more like the evil one, the one you can't trust. I don't know, why would you do it with green? Why do you have this yellow eye situation? What are you doing? Why do you have yellow eyes? I don't understand this. Are we supposed to feel comfortable with this? Wow. Wow, look at her. That strength we've never seen before in another candidate. That's insane. That's insane. So I don't know how, if Elon is like, yes, this is what I'm talking about, guys. We're all going to be wealthier. We're not going to need any jobs because the politicians are now going to be AI, and the constituents are eventually going to be AI anyway. So they're not even going to need us. And it kind of reminds me of an old quote from Bill Gates. Doesn't it kind of remind you of an old Bill Gates quote? He said it a few times. He went on all the talk show circuits during COVID, and he told Colbert, he told Fallon, he told them that humans will not be useful anymore. And I do remember, and I actually have a clip here of how Jimmy Fallon responded. He didn't look too happy hearing this, but Bill Gates is saying, yeah, we'll decide. We'll have to see. We'll have to see where humans will be necessary or needed at all. Maybe they're not needed at all. Maybe we start filling the political positions. Then we fill all the jobs, right? We've already filled the labor force. What else do we need?
People are like, wow, this is a bit scary. It's completely new territory.
I mean, will we still need humans?
Not for most things. We'll decide.
I mean, just add to the list. We're not going to need them for political office anymore because we gave humans a try and they sucked at it. Maybe that's the next step here. That's it. That's why they released the files. They want us to be disgusted. They want us to be numb. They want us to be overwhelmed. And what a way to haul in the AI representation of us, by robots. What a way to do that, by creating digital democracy, the solution to the chaos, the solution to the corruption, the solution to the absolute scum, human, disgusting behavior of how we treat people. AI would never treat people like that. AI isn't capable of eating babies. AI isn't capable of raping and torturing babies and children, right? Maybe that's how they get us on board and signing up for this and voting for this Mystique character. Well, we'll see how it goes, but it's make no mistake, it's going, and it's sooner than later. It's certainly sooner than later. So here we go, guys. Bring it on in, guys. It's Terminator 2. It's all this shit. They told us it was coming, and it's here. Okay. Let's do one more story before we do talking back, because I did promise to do this U.S. hockey story. I think this is important. This is important. We'll get to this one. Couple of them we got to push to Thursday, which is fine. That's fine. No big deal. But this one, let's make sure we're all set up. I think we are good to go here. Making sure we didn't have a little glitch here on. Hope we're not. Oh, I hope StreamYard doesn't throw me off here. I think we're good here. Here we go. Okay, we are ready. Aim and going here. And okay, sorry guys. I was gonna cut to. I'm not gonna cut to a break. We're ready. We're just gonna do this. As is. Okay. And also, I'm glad I didn't start it yet, because I just noticed we got a Rumble rant. This is exciting. And we always have to cut and paste these ones, unfortunately, because Rumble doesn't come up on our feed here. But we'll go ahead and do this one. I want to give this shout out. This is a really, really cool one, and I really do appreciate this. We do have a Rumble rant. It is from T-Bone 316. I'm just cutting and pasting it so everyone can see it. We really appreciate it. T-Bone 316. Here it is. Rumble rant. Great show today, Matt. I like your unique takes. Keep rocking, brother. Thank you so much, T-Bone. We welcome you here to a space. Really appreciate it. And we have I guess we do have sometimes have unique takes, and we'll do the group chat together. We'll do the guest, the one-on-one interviews. We got our co-host. We got Jay. We got Craig. But sometimes I just like doing a couple of these segments. I just like kind of doing it on my own sometimes. So I do like the variety. I like the variety. I hope you guys appreciate the variety too. I do hope you do, because we don't want to keep things the same. We always like to change it up. So when you guys tune in, whenever you guys pop in on a Tuesday or Thursday, you either see me with a group, or you see me interviewing, or me doing my thing on my own with you guys. I hope you appreciate that we are trying to keep it versatile, and we're trying to keep it interesting enough, because we know it's a lot of stuff to process. It's a lot of stuff to kind of hold on to and to hopefully utilize and access yourself when the time is needed. So thank you so much. T-Bone 136. Wait, I'm sorry. T-Bone 316. Thanks so much. Okay. Let's do the story. Here we go. This seemed like good news. This seemed like really good news. I admit it. I didn't watch the game, but I saw the aftermath of the game, and initially it looked pretty badass. Actually, it looked really badass. This is the story. When this broke, Team USA defeats Canada in overtime for first gold in men's hockey since the Miracle on Ice Olympics, which was a very famous Olympics. It happened. Can you believe this happened 46 years ago? Yep, exactly 46 years after the Miracle on Ice Lake Placid Games, the U.S. men's hockey team brought home another Olympic gold medal. And Team USA defeated Canada 2-1 in overtime on Sunday to secure the third gold medal in America history at the Olympics. With so much time in between, this was a long time coming. I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to be in that audience when this happened. I hope this will inspire kids to put their jersey on someday, as it's the best feeling in the world. Dylan Larkin said after the win, what we just did, nothing will ever match this, which is absolutely true. I can only imagine, but you guys know that something else is coming, right? You guys can sense it, right? Because why would we be covering this if the story ended there? We don't have any reason to cover this story. It's a feel-good sports story. We're not a sports show. I had to tell people we're not a sports show because we were talking basketball, football with Craig Fosta. We cover sports when there's a problem. We cover NBA when there's an Israel takeover of said NBA. We cover NFL when it looks like there might be a distraction method in place for the halftime show. We cover these things. If there's a I forgot the gambling scandal. We cover that in the NBA. So hockey, we've never covered it. I would never even consider making room for this story. As great as it feels and as cool as it would have been to been there, what the hell does this have to do with what we're doing here? Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to ask Trump that question because he decided to make it about us because we got to show you what he did to ruin this moment. Absolutely ruin this moment. I don't know who made this AI video, but Trump did not waste 1 second sharing it out. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to turn down the noise. This is Trump's Truth Social. What is happening in this video, the song Eye of the Tiger, you guys know it's a Rocky 3 theme song. Not going to play it. I don't want a copyright strike. And it's just disgusting. Look, I'm going to tell you, look, if it was just him running up and down with the team, that would have been okay. That would have been fine. But this punching and jabbing and bullying Canadians and then sitting there all smug, this is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Now, he didn't make it. He doesn't make these things. He likes to share them out. And this is just awful. Not the fact that somebody inserted him into the thing, but it's the physical violence that you're demonstrating. Absolutely disgusting. Does the story end there? I wish it did. Oh, I wish it did. I wish that was the end of it. Unfortunately, it's not. But look, this is the hockey take. So this is from Call to Activism. Now, we don't follow Call to Activism. This kind of got this blue no matter who vibe sometimes. But I mean, this is absolutely accurate. This is not normal. Donald Trump just posted a video inserting himself in the last night's Olympic victory and depicts him punching and beating Canadian hockey players. There's no planet where this is normal or presidential. Trump is an embarrassment to the world, and he is very ill. I think there's an insinuation here that he's uniquely evil and all that stuff. We know that's how it works, but he's not. He's just the loudest about it. He's the loudest about it that we've seen. But yeah, this is, I wish the story ended here. Like I said, I wish the story ended right here. Unfortunately, it didn't. What happens next? It turns out who was in the locker room celebrating? Who was in the locker room celebrating? None other than FBI Director Kash Patel. He thought it was appropriate to go in the locker room and start drinking with the team, with the winning team. Here we go. Copyright strike on that one, but my God. So they're all drinking beers together. Well, I know. Okay, so come on, Matt. Who cares if Kash Patel goes in the locker room and drinks some beers with the team? They all seem to like him. There doesn't seem to be anybody in the room that has a problem. I can't imagine that there isn't anybody in there that's like, I'd rather not. I'd rather not. And I'm not talking about him being part of the Republicans, part of the MAGAs. That's not the problem. He's the FBI director who is responsible for keeping the Epstein files hostage. He's responsible for silencing the Charlie Kirk investigation. He's responsible for pushing Israel first policy which affects all. This isn't a red versus blue situation. But on top of that, what's worse? On top of that, you have follow the money. Obviously, he didn't fund this out of his own pocket. He wasn't off duty. He wasn't on vacation time. How do we know this? Well, this is how. Kash Patel, use of the FBI jet sparks outrage. Here's why he couldn't travel to the Olympics any other way. So he had a little maneuver to get to the Olympics, and he used taxpayer money to fly in a jet to get there. So knowing that he did that, you think the guy would have been a little more careful with the cell phone activity and the drinking of the beers, all that we paid for. Okay, whatever, fine. What a tool. And if anybody on that team had a problem with it, maybe they just didn't. They kind of left. Maybe they left the room. Maybe they didn't want to be in there. I don't know. I don't know if any of the team said this is bullshit, but the guys in there looked like they really were enjoying themselves. But what happened next is probably the most disturbing of the entire situation. And this is when Trump himself decided to phone in and call the locker room. And you can imagine he knows, they know, they all know that this is being filmed. This is not a hey guys, let's have a private discussion with the president. That didn't happen. Somebody had their phone out and they filmed it. And so let's look at some of this call. And this is where that feeling that you could have had and would have had and probably did have if you were in that building with the win, and that feeling of actually for the first time feeling proud to be an American, probably in a long time, to have that feeling of a not friendly, but nobody got killed, right? We won a match on the world stage against Canada in overtime, 46 years coming. For once, a feeling of patriotism that doesn't involve imperialism for the first time. And he takes this away multiple ways, but this was probably the worst. Between the AI hockey, between Kash Patel drinking and spending our money getting into the locker room, this was probably by far the worst of it, and took that feeling and flushed it down the toilet, saying F you to anybody who wanted to put all that shit aside and just enjoy this moment on the world stage.
1 minute. 1 minute. And by the way, your goalie played not bad.
Howie, say hi. Howie, say hi to him.
How you doing, Don? I have seen hockey goalies have slightly worse games than it's unbelievable, and you were all unbelievable. And that team is pretty good you played. I don't know if it's not going to begin anytime soon, right? And, I tell you what, I just told my people 2 minutes ago, I didn't know they'd be calling. I said, we're giving the State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. I could send a military plane or something, but if you would like to, it's the coolest night, it's the biggest. We're in.
Yeah. Can you pick us up in Miami on Tuesday morning?
Yeah, Tuesday morning.
So that's happening right now. He's flying the men on a military jet. He's getting ready for the biggest speech of his life. Everything's the biggest. It's always the biggest, right? Always. This State of the Union is going to be the biggest one, bigger than the last one that was the biggest. So he's hooking that up right now. So but then it gets a little more cringy after that. I mean, if that's not bad enough, but seriously, I can't imagine all of these players are all equally excited about this conversation. And I'm not talking about blue versus red. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this administration, which represents the entire elite class. That's what we're realizing now. This isn't a unique Trump problem. Anybody that's protecting pedos right now, PDFs right now, should not be in a phone call with an American team that just won an Olympic match on the world stage. That shouldn't be, not with the climate we have right now, not at all. But look what he says next.
We'll get Kash and we'll get the military to get you guys over.
Okay. Let's go.
Boys are going to the State of the Union. The nice thing about being president is I can tell you, you don't have to worry about the weather or landing. We don't care it's snowing, if it's the worst blizzard, you'll be sailing through that sucker just like you did on the ice.
Do these guys? I mean, I know you're playing hockey. You're spending your entire young adulthood like preparing for the biggest stage of the biggest place of your entire life. You're probably not paying attention. So I'll give them some. Maybe they don't know that we're about to invade Iran. They don't know that Israel is coming with this insane Greater Israel project, and we're following it. They don't know that we have maybe they don't know we kidnapped President Maduro. They don't know. They got to know that ICE has been policing the streets and taking people, not just illegal aliens. They're taking everybody, and they're locking people down. The surveillance. They don't know because they're just practicing hockey, and that's all they don't know any better. I mean, should we give them that benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise? Do they know that they're going to be at a State of a Union address in which Trump might be announcing the attack on Iran, and then these guys are going to be standing there with their goofy smiles, like backing that, like standing there going, yeah, Iran, that's our next, is that our next tournament? Are we taking on Iran? No, sons, you guys won your medal. We're going to go kill them. You just had to beat Canada. We're going to go murder some people. Oh, do you need us for that? We just have hockey sticks. We don't really know how to murder people. Yeah, guys, you just enjoy it. We're going to go kill some people. But we wanted you to know that you could be there while I announce it, which he might be doing tonight. So yeah, this is the most, or at least the incriminating part that the mainstream picked up on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll do it at the White House anytime. What would really be cool, and we'll do the White House the next day, we'll just have some fun. We have medals for you guys. And we have to, I must tell you, we're going to have to bring the women's team. You do know that.
We have to bring the women's team. Ha, ha, ha. Shouldn't have said that, because that's the only part that CNN is going to care about. Oh, and they do. They certainly do. There was some backlash. That backlash wasn't anything I just told you guys. They didn't really care about that part. They're not going to tell you about how horrible it is how we look on the global stage, because that's what this is really about. That video going out, it's not just about us being frustrated watching our own players laughing along and drinking beers with the FBI director. That's not the problem. The problem is that this goes out to the rest of the world, and they see what a mockery we are, that we have this kind of nonchalant attitude to everything we do. That the president is going to be engaging this way. So this is the part that CNN is not going to tell you any of that. What they are going to tell you is the backlash. This is the only part they care about, which is funny, which is interesting, because he probably shouldn't have said that part. Why U.S. men's hockey team is under fire after call with Trump, not for the reasons I just told you, but the U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is facing backlash after laughing, and you guys just heard it, laughing during the call when President Trump's following their gold medal win. He joked that he would be impeached for not inviting the U.S. women's hockey team. So we have to invite the girls, ha ha ha, or I might get impeached. And by the way, the girls also won the gold. That might have been a page 6 story, because that's just the way it works. We don't really announce that as much, but they have way more medals than we do, by the way, in hockey. But they also won. And they should, obviously, if they should both go, it's a no-brainer. You don't have to make that condescending joke. But that's the only part that CNN Sports is going to report on, not the war shit and the stuff we were talking about. Particularly the Epstein. I mean, the Epstein files. That's everything. Kash Patel being in that room, the guy who's keeping pedos protected while naming victims, is absolutely disgusting. It's atrocious. He should not be in that effing room, but CNN won't tell you that that's the reason. This is the clincher. Guess what? The U.S. women's hockey team declines the invitation to the State of the Union, and good for them. And I hope it's not just because they feel he was being sexist. That's very one-dimensional. I hope there was enough people. I want to believe this. I really want to believe that the reason the women aren't showing up is because, and maybe the quote unquote sexist comment about being impeached for not inviting them, if that's enough to say that'll be good optics to not go, I really hope the real reason they're not going is something about what I just said. There's got to be someone in that. I really hope there's some women on that team that have been paying attention, that have been saying, what the F did Kash Patel, the guy protecting baby eaters, have a beer with the men's team? Hell no, we're not being part of that. Well, now you have your reason, because he made the comment about the impeaching of the girl. So that's enough. I hope that's why, though. I hope that's why. And good for them. Again, good for them for not showing up. Who really wants to be in the room when Trump announces it's time to attack Iran? And he might as well just get the map out, the Greater Israel Project map, and say we're doing everything correctly as Netanyahu instructed. And I hope I eventually, finally get my Nobel Peace Prize. Sorry, mix those things up all the time. But that's the thing that the women will not be participating in. But yeah, we did have an accomplishment on the global stage, and it's too bad that all this chaos and drama took away from that. But I still would have liked to have been in the room to see that, because that did seem like a pretty big deal and a moment to finally feel patriotic, even if it was just for one little sliver of a moment. That probably could have been worth it to be there. And I and anybody who was there, yeah, I'm envious. I'm envious. You got that opportunity. Okay, that should do it. There. Where did I go? There I go. Okay. You know what? Let's get to you guys. There's a lot of comments here. I'm gonna try to get through them quickly, or at least efficiently. Let's say that. I'm gonna try to get through them efficiently and talk to you guys now. Thanks for all the engagement today, guys. We did a lot here. And we do have one more on the backside. We do have one more segment for you. We got a loudest voice of the week. It's a good one, so don't go anywhere. We're going to start this right away. Let's just go. Here we go. It's time for Talking Back with me, with Matt. Talking Back today. We are here at the THL studios. We've been talking about manufactured distractions. We've been talking about the CIA false flag operation in Mexico. We were there to actually experience it over the weekend and tell you guys what's really going on. We're talking about Tucker and Huckabee, the fallout on that incredibly amazing interview. That there's so many pieces to it and so many things that we can utilize to help wake people up about how the system works. And the fact that we have honest journalism, so few and far between, really says something about the state of our politics and the state of our ability to communicate and the ability to have any sort of press, the fourth pillar of government, which doesn't actually exist. We have to create our own fourth pillar on our own accord. There is no pillar holding us up. The house is falling down. The walls are caving in. And we have to create our own ability to maneuver ourselves on our own, independently. That's what it's about. We had Jay Scott on, which was awesome. Had a lot of discussion regarding the ICE protocols that not so many people are talking about. We also got into some AI discussion and what's happening. Actually, an AI candidate is literally running for office in Colombia. How insane is that? We talked about the Trump and Kash Patel hijacking of the USA championship hockey match against Canada in the overtime period, which also happened over the weekend. So yeah, a lot of stuff to get through here. And again, the Epstein stuff is in the background the whole time. The Epstein stuff, as we sit here on the brink of World War III, or we were probably right in the middle of it anyway. That's the thing that got people up and out in the street. We need more people out in the street saying, "Are you freaking kidding me? They're eating babies. They're torturing and eating babies. Both torture and eating. They're all doing it. Not just the one side and the other side's trying to stop them. No, they're all protecting each other." Okay. We'll get to you guys here. Let's see. I'm gonna go through here. Here we go. Jungle Jer. Yes, and this is I appreciate you brought up the alien thing. So what if the alien thing is the thing and everything else is a distraction? I like that. I like that, Jungle Jer. Actually, the last minute, because we were running out of time and we had too many other topics, we're gonna gather a little more on that one and cover the alien thing on the next show on Thursday. So be ready for that, because that's a great question. We do know how these distractions work, and how you're supposed to take your eye off the ball and the perfect timing to give you news. Sometimes a lot of it is true. It's about the timing and the intention of that. So we'll do some honest work on the alien thing. But yeah, what if it is the thing? Thank you for that one. Let's see. We got pulling the strings in regards to the Mexico story. Yeah, it's also a popular place for U.S. criminals to move to Mexico. Interesting point. U.S. criminals leaving the states and finding refuge in Mexico. That is true, especially if you go with a lot of cash. You can buy some nice property there on the beach, hide away. No one can find you somewhere in Rosarito, somewhere in Tijuana Beach, maybe. You could just, or anywhere down the coast, you can find yourself a little hideaway, buy a little cash in hand property, no questions asked, live the rest of your life guilt-free of all the crimes you committed here. That's a thing. That's actually a thing. Thanks for that, pulling the strings. Let's see. We got some great super chats from Citizen. I'll put one of yours up again because we did cover them earlier, but I do appreciate that. Yes, the having a BS in computer is important, and to tell us that you actually can't destroy government records, this is important. You can't actually destroy it. And so there might be a method to the fact that they had to release the stuff, a certain amount of stuff, redact some of it. A lot of it's been destroyed that maybe wasn't in the computer system, but the stuff that we know is in the system, we can find it. We can get to it. It is possible. This is a theory. I get this from you, Citizen, that to explain the pasta. And we're going to have pasta on Thursday. This will be fun. We're going to have a in studio. We'll have the two shots. So we'll have both of us here. We'll have this discussion. And it's another theory. I'm saying it's important to have this discussion. The government released the lowest common denominator of the Epstein files because Kash, Blanche, Pam had no choice. There could be something to that. And we talked about the timing of that when we look at Iran, the attack not happening, and almost as if, hey, you need a little push. You might need a little push. There might, and there was a public outcry. There was enough people shouting about it. So it is a little game they're playing. Also, and this also is important. And I've said this on the show. You guys know that when you talk about ritualistic behavior, you talk about elite class, that they have certain signals. You have humiliation rituals. These things are real. You guys know that happens in Hollywood all the time with the artists, the musicians, the entertainers. Whether it's John Cena forced to come out naked on stage with a look on his face like, why the fuck am I doing this? He was not having a good time. Whether it's Will Smith's son dressed as a house, the look on the faces of people when they do the things they have to do. They don't look like they're having fun. So don't fall for, he's being eccentric, he's being daring, they're just having fun. No, and no. Look at their faces. Every time one of those humiliation rituals happen, they look like the last thing they want to do is be in the position that they're in. They have that look of get me the F out of here. So look for that. That's an important sign. Anyways, we know the humiliations exist, humiliation rituals. So there could be something to that where you're forced to do something you don't really want to do. And that could mean giving up some of the files that you really didn't want to have to do. So that's something to that. This is an important comment. Thank you, JWCLAUL, mRNA and huge rise of illness and unexpected deaths for sure. That was another story we have to push till Thursday. We wanted to cover the John Campbell material, but we just kind of ran out of time today. We do have some unexpected, unexplained, died suddenly, some that have happened that we're looking at. We don't know what happened. We were told just to wait and they'll let us know. But we do know one thing for certain. We know what it's not. And so we're going to cover some of that more on Thursday for you guys. Oh, by the way, we started putting the We Know What It's Not segments up on YouTube for the first time. We got one up there right now about the Israeli that was caught in Vegas with the biolabs. I said, you know what? Let's start pushing it a little on YouTube. They haven't given us any warnings on the new channel. So I'm like, why are we not talking about this on YouTube? besides the live, obviously the live show we do, but I mean the segments. So we're starting to upload the we know what it's not segments now to our YouTube channel. So far, so good. So far, no warnings, no strikes, no medical misinformation strikes. Believe it, you guys, that was insane that we used to get these medical misinformation strikes for talking about real shit with guests who are medical professionals coming on the show and telling us stuff, and we get in trouble for listening to it and going, that's interesting, Dr. Peter McCullough. Thank you for coming on and telling us that. That's interesting. Wow. Dr. Mary Bodum. Dr. Mary Tally Bodum. Thank you for telling us that. What? We're not allowed to have the discussion. So these are things that we were worried about. Now we're like, you know what? F it. We'll just start putting it up there. Let's see how far we can push it. And this is a good topic. I appreciate this. We can't be blaming Mossad for everything. America is part of the Mossad. No, it's important that we recognize the connection, the affiliation, and there's certain activities that look like they were Mossad driven, and there's certain, like the Charlie Kirk assassination looks like a Mossad driven activity. So does a lot of the Epstein stuff. The intelligence operation certainly looks like Mossad stuff, but other stuff is coming from other places. Like we do think that there's certainly the Freemasons and the Rockefeller element of this could be something off the grid that goes deeper than the Mossad, goes years before. So we're talking about these ritualistic sacrifices, offerings of children to this hellish creature Baal, which they all worship. So this goes beyond that. So we know there's and then of course all of our operations right now happening in Mexico, the CIA planting the drugs in the cartel and arming them in Ukraine. Yeah, that's us. So we look at each situation, we go, who is pushing this the most? But yeah, it's all connected. It's all connected. We're all working together. They're all working together to keep us apart. They're working together to keep us divided. They're all working together to keep us confused and to keep us weak and exhausted and confused and hopeless. That's what they're working for. They're all working together. Whatever the cult group or the satanic group or the intelligence group, whatever it is, they're all working against us. That's all. Oh, this is interesting. I haven't considered this. Appreciate the idea. Ivy loves ya. Oh, Ivy loves you. We love you too, Ivy. Matt, you ever think of pirate streaming like The Last American Vagabond? We know Ryan Christian. He's been on the show a few times. He does great work. We actually helped him with the we were part of their panel for the fundraiser last month or 2 months ago. Viewers donate their channel and they hop like hermit crab. Oh, interesting. I will look into that. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, I will totally consider that. Anything we like to get creative. We like to get creative here. Hello, Donald Duck's mom. Hello, thanks for tuning in. Let's see. We have Yep, Jungle Jared. This is all very important information. Catching the psyop in real time. Appreciate that. We're looking at it in real time too. We're figuring this out as fast as we can and gathering the information, getting the timestamps, getting the files. We are constantly gathering files for you guys, so we have them as reference. We're not just talking, we're sharing, because that's important. That part's important because people always ask for sources. They always ask for timestamps. So we're constantly doing that, and that's why we barely get any sleep here because we're always getting, checking. What do you say? You say crossing T's, dotting I's, getting everything lined up. Without it, we're just yapping, right? Without it, we're just yapping, or not, or we're ending the show early because we ran out of information. We ran out of content, and we never run out of content here on the Homeless Life. You guys know that. That's why we're on all afternoon. Oh yeah, the stuff. Forgot about the stinky ship. That's right. The old Titanic Part 2. Nothing can break this ship, except for a little shit. A little shit can break the ship, which is interesting. Might be the one thing preventing us from doing the actual attack on Iran. You can't attack Iran if all of your military officers and soldiers and numbers of people ready to fight and get on the battlefield. If they aren't able to go to the bathroom, you might have to turn the ship around and go back home and figure it out again. So that might be happening right now, which is absolutely hilarious and embarrassing and all those things. Yes, this is true. Pulling the strings. Think about how they always talk about Titanic sinking and never who was on it. Oh, they give us the fun little fictional characters, right? The Roses and Jacks and the unsinkable Molly Brown and all these fun, wonderful characters. And no, we don't hear about the billionaires who were voting against privatizing our banking system. They were the ones that ended up on the Titanic, and that was the last we heard from them. The ones that got off the ship were who? The billionaires that were for the privatization of our banking system. Hence, the Federal Reserve, once you eliminate, for whatever reason, natural disaster, I guess an iceberg is a natural disaster, could have happened to anyone, happened to be the people voting against the privatization of our banking system. And what do you get? All the people raising their hands on the next vote, all in favor of the Federal Reserve, say aye. Aye. Everyone against. Oh, no one's left in the room. I guess it's unanimous then. We're going with Federal Reserve. That's the end of democracy. That's it. That's done. No, we don't talk about any of that. Of course, total coincidence. Icebergs happen. They happen to the best of us. They happen to the worst of us. And it's just the way it goes. So, yeah, should have called in sick. Like Lucknick and Larry Silverstein. Should have called in sick there, guys. You should have known better. Should have known better. Okay. Good question, Herb Green. Thanks for tuning in. Was it a coincidence that a big precious minerals metals was happening in Puerto Vallarta? I didn't know about the big precious minerals metals. I'll look into that. Oh, a conference. I see. Thank you. There was a metals conference. I knew about the speaking conference, which all of our colleagues like Patrick Henningsen, Jake GTV, they were at the speakers conference. I did not know about a minerals and metals conference. Interesting. I'll look into that. That is interesting. All right. Let's get to a couple more of these. And that, yeah, I mean, look, we mentioned like the whole Kamala thing. We would already be in nuclear war under Kamala. I think the point is, if they needed Kamala to get this shit done, she would be president. They decide who it is. So, I mean, and we're saying coulda, woulda, shoulda. There's so many people saying, oh, you see, we were right. And that we're here to say, no, you weren't. You should have voted. You vote. If you voted for Kamala, you voted for genocide. Just to be absolutely freaking clear, if you voted for Kamala, you voted for genocide. If you voted for Trump, you're getting these things. But at least you wanted to, I don't know, give him a chance, and you didn't realize he was going to do these things. Fine, but at least he wasn't the one that did these things. But it doesn't matter. They're all part of the same machine. If Kamala was the best vessel to get to the goal, which is the digital ID system, the surveillance state, the endless war state, the Greater Israel Project, the hijacking of the economy, which really the dollar should have fallen years ago. The dollar should have been dead. So that you're hyping up this dollar, you're rigging the stock market, all these things, these elements in place, keeping us down while we send all our money to Israel. That's, if she was the most useful person to do that, she would be president. That's it. We're not sitting here making decisions. Let's be clear. What we're doing is we're educating people and trying to expand their ability to remove themselves from the two choices. That's it. That's it. There's no way Jill Stein was going to be president. There was no way. That's not the point. The point is you detach yourself and you demonstrate that we exist outside of there. That's it. But they're still going to hand select the exact person for the job. Just don't fall for it next time. It's not Kamala. It's not Trump. It's not JD. It's not AOC. It's certainly not Newsom. And I hate to say it, but if Thomas Massie ends up as the guy in 2028, somehow, if he gets in there, it's not going to be him either, because we know how that works on the left. We saw it with Bernie. But I think Thomas Massie will be like Bernie, where he'll be selected to be the guy to keep them in the Republican Party. That's what he's going to be. Watch out for that, guys. I'm telling you right now. Clip this right now. Thomas Massie will be given the Bernie instructions. We know how it works. You hand select the guy. You say, you look like somebody who's willing to work with us. You can have your little speeches. You can do your little, I'm upset at the whole system. You can do your whole, we're taking on the military industrial complex. We're taking on big pharma. We're taking on the donor class. That will be Thomas Massie's job. I'm telling you, that's going to happen. And then it'll look as if the Republicans are trying to smash him, and it keeps the voter in the party. That's how they tricked us on the Dems. I'm telling you, if you guys weren't paying attention, you didn't know that Bernie was his job was to keep us, herd us back into the party and pretend he was taking it on, only to be hijacked in a theatrical way, right? It was a theatrical way where Bernie was hijacked, switched out with Hillary, and then he told everybody, vote for Hillary, we'll get him next time. And then we did the same thing again with Biden. Biden's my good friend. Really? I thought you were taking on the donor class. Oh, no. We have to stop Trump. So that will be Thomas Matt. I'm telling you, that will be his use to say we almost did it. We didn't quite get there. They kind of fucked me, but I'm asking you guys to stick with JD Vance because we have to stop AOC and the NATO regime, whatever they're going to call it, the radical NATO war hawk machine, because that's what by the way, that's what the Dems have become. That they've become the war party. But then the Republicans said, no, we are supposed to be the war. We're all the war party. Can we both be the war party? Sure. You're both the war party now. Gotcha. Good. 2 war parties, guys. The Republicans you could have gotten away from that. The Dems wanted it so bad with Ukraine, with the genocide in Gaza. They wanted that so bad. They got it. But why did you double? You could have walked away from that. You could have been the anti-war party, but you didn't. And we know why you didn't. Because it's all one party. It's all one club. And you ain't in it. All right, get a few more in here. Let's see here. Oh, right. Oh, child of God, thanks for tuning in. They are developing AI right now for what? So they don't need human beings anymore? Then what? Good question. Well, again, according to Elon, what? We're all going to be rich and wealthy and don't have to do anything all day. We're all going to live like billionaires. Might as well go and open a new island for us so we can all go out and join a cult and do God knows what, blackmail each other forever and ever, because we're all going to have nothing to do with ourselves, just like billionaires have nothing to do except go around and cause trouble and F around and hurt people. But there won't be any people left to hurt because according to Elon, we're all going to be billionaires. So we're all going to just be one island, one big fat Jeffrey Epstein island that we all can live on together. There you go. I think the idea is that you have AI is that you start replacing humans, right? You start getting rid of the human experience. You're already getting rid of the human experience. We already understand what this feels and looks like because our cell phones are here, because we've lost ourselves in this matrix, in this screen. And the next step with that is that it's an insertion into us. Why do we need a phone in our pocket? We don't need that phone. We just need it inserted into us. And so what are we anymore? Are we even human beings? If you're injecting, God knows what you're injecting in us from day to day. You're putting it in our foods, the chemicals, the pesticides. What are you doing to us with all these vaccines? You're taking away the human experience. What are you replacing it with? If AI is going to be running all of our workforce, all of our industries, they're going to be giving us our entertainment, and now apparently they're going to be giving us our politics. If this candidate gets elected this March 8th in Colombia, an AI candidate is going to get elected to a position of politics, a position of a public official position. That's where we're headed. That's happening right now. So what happens to us? As Bill Gates told Jimmy Fallon a few years back, we'll just have to see where our use would be. We don't know if we are going to have any use, but we'll have to determine that. And by we, he means him. And by him, he means his elite pedo class of child rapists, torturers, and cannibals who like to eat children after they torture and rape them. Yeah, they're going to be making that decision. Okay, let's do a couple more here, and we will move on. We do have one more segment for you guys. Yes. Thanks for everybody tuning in today. This was such a cool show. You guys did good on the conversation about the films. You guys have been good. This is a good one. A good recommendation. Arlington Road. That's a good one. Man, I do fear, I did say this to Jay earlier, I do fear that our film database, which used to make sense, it used to make sense when we had our DVDs and we had our VHSs, we had it like that handheld, like that material, like we owned it. So we don't own any. So you guys understand, we don't own anything online. That our this digital footprint, digital ID, social credit score, it's not real. None of it is real. You guys understand that, right? Digital currency, digital ID. Digital ID means your identity. Do you understand? Do you guys understand how bad this is? It's not for convenience. It's to restrict us and to take away our ability to own anything and to have our own identity that we want. If they're going to dictate our identity, which is basically who we are, our ID, our access, so what we are, our privileges, right? All digital. And our ability to entertain ourselves and to store and collect data and to have access to data. There's no libraries. Back to the Future. That you guys go back, watch Back to the Future too. We're like, oh, look at this. This is called a book. It was funny. They had a book in the. It was like the sports almanac. It was in an antique shop. This is where they used to have paper. They had that. That was in Spielberg. That was in there. 1990. They made that film in Back to the Future 2. 1990. This used to be called a book. Well, this is what used to be called a DVD, and this is what used to be called a VHS. They don't exist anymore. You can't play them. They're not compatible. None of them matter. The only thing matters is if we press play on the platform we allow you to press play on, that's going to be the movie you see. And the movie might look different. It might not even exist anymore. It's going to have certain scenes edited out. You aren't going to own it anymore. You're not going to own it anymore. Okay. Let's do a couple more and then we got to move on. And you're right, Citizen. Tucker did make Tony look really good. That was Tony Aguilar. He did a good job. I didn't mean to be hard on Tucker. I just had an idea what I would have done if I would, but who knows? I might have not been prepared either. You don't know why the hell would Mike Huckabee bring up Tony Aguilar in the middle of this interview in Tel Aviv? It doesn't make any sense unless he thought he was told Aguilar's a threat. You have to smear him in this interview. I don't think Tucker saw it coming, but yeah, he did a good job. Yeah. Okay. That's funny, longtime listener. Huckabee knows more than he should about little boys. Haha. Yes. Good one. Let's see. No, I get this, long time. I'm afraid one day we won't see Jay on the show because the ICE bastards will profile him. Yeah, we're all subjugated to this. I do think that. I think you talk about this. The ICE people in Maine. Wasn't there a guy in Maine, one of these ICE assholes, laughing and mocking a woman, filming, saying, "You're we got your facial ID. You're a domestic terrorist now. Ha ha ha." So I think we're all susceptible. Any of us are having these conversations. We're all susceptible. I mean, they could do the facial ID on any of us on the show, right? They can do that. I don't know. I mean, they might. We're all susceptible. But yeah, we just need to watch our backs and be ready. If it comes down to it, if we have a situation that unfolds in front of us, a knock at the door, or you're walking down the street, or you get cornered in the car, or you get something, I don't know, or you wake up and everything's shut down. There's no way, we can't come on, we can't talk to you guys anymore. We'll figure it out. We'll send a message. We'll let you guys know. We will communicate with our colleagues. We'll find a way to communicate with you. If one of us goes down, as they say, we will let you guys know. We will fight back. We won't stop fighting. We'll do whatever we have to make any adjustment we have to make, and we will continue doing what we're doing. We're not going to stop. Whatever we need to do, we were not going to stop. But yeah, I mean, we all are worried about something here, but I think that let's not get caught up in the worry, and let's just keep going, and we'll figure it out. If something happens, we'll figure it out. Yeah, Naylam, thank you for and thank you for all your engagement, by the way, and sharing out. I know you shared us out. You shared us out on what's it called, on the new one, on Upscrolled. Appreciate that. We haven't been on there yet, but thanks for sharing out the feed on Upscrolled. That's awesome. Someone with a criminal record approved in ICE. Yep, that's correct. That's how bad it's gotten. But that's what they want. They want the worst of the worst. That's the perfect choice. Okay, a couple more and we'll oh, this is a good idea. Long time, Matt. You should have Ryan Dawson or Adam Green on to have a non-Zionist critique of Candace Owen. Yeah, sure. That's good. That's good. I like it. All right, I keep saying a couple more. You guys have so many cool comments. Oh, this is interesting. DEI AI. Oh shit. That's what you get with the you got to have the blue creature, and then you got to have the brown creature, and then you got to have the oh shit, DEI AI. That is absolutely hilarious. You got to check a box. We need an Asian AI. Now we need a woman. Oh, we need a gay AI. Don't forget the trans AI. That's very, very important. We need a they them, because sometimes there's AIs out there that don't identify as the thing they were born into. You understand that, right? That is a real thing for robots that don't feel like they are born in the right robot body. So we have to make room for them to identify with whatever machine they want to identify as, whether it's maybe they're a washing machine. Maybe they're a computer. Maybe they're not yet. Maybe I don't feel like a robot person. I feel like I don't know, a garbage disposal. Maybe, I don't know, whatever we want to make space for you, AI, all of you. So if you're having that confusion or that robot dysmorphia, if you're having that, we make space. You can identify with whatever appliance or machine that you want to identify with, and we will accept you because we are open-minded and we are progressive, and we have to make space for all robots, no matter what type of machine you identify as. So be on the lookout for they them AI candidates coming to a poll near you. All right. Last one. I'll put the rest up that I can at the end. You guys know I like to scroll those up at the end. Okay, let's end with a good one here. Bum. Let's see. We will end with, oh man, there's so much here. Okay. We got to do something about the hockey. Yeah, we'll get a little comment on the hockey stuff. Here we go. Oh, yeah, this is what we're saying. Long time, we'll give it to you, man. We'll give it to you. Long time listener, thank you. We understood Trump is bringing the hockey team out today to the State of the Union, which is coming up pretty soon here. I'm afraid Trump is going to announce strikes on Iran during the State of the Union tonight. Could happen. I think we mentioned something about that earlier, but yeah, you had the right suspicion there. What does he have planned? Why is this? He's saying, again, it's the greatest speech ever. We'll see. It should be coming up here real soon, but we'll see. Something big might be going on. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, guys. We kind of have to pay attention to this stuff, even though we really don't want to. Okay, that's it for now. I'll try to get a bunch, as much as I can at the end of the show. Like I told you, we have one more segment, and it's a good one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the loudest voice of the week. Thank you guys all for being part of the Homeless Left today on this Tuesday. Non-tribal approach to news. I'm Matt Weinglass. THL coming back to you about 2.5. Go get yourself a drink. Go to the bathroom. Return a text or two. And we'll see you right back here for the final segment of the show today. It's the loudest voice of the week. Today, we are looking at some of the optics that have changed in the political arena when it comes to the campaigning going on for these midterms and the discussion about AIPAC. It seems like the tide might be shifting a little bit about what candidates can say or can't say, or trying to maneuver their way through the conversation and try and get through unscathed, especially when they're tied to the hip with Israel. Why is this happening? Because there's more people pushing back about it. Constituents actually do matter to a degree. Obviously, the donor class matters the most to these people, but the constituents have the ability to be loud, and they have been loud. And that's why certain candidates are starting to change their maneuvering. It doesn't mean they're changing their mind. Does it mean they're growing a heart, growing a mind? No, it's the way you play the game of politics. If you know you're going on a stage and you anticipate someone's going to be bringing up AIPAC, you either better have a nice answer ready, a maneuver ready to go, or in some cases, you should be ready, and you might be ready and willing to actually change your stance on the issue. And maybe, just tell everybody whether you mean it or not. But if you'd mean it, it might be good just to say it. I will not take money from AIPAC. Once you can say that, you can start calling out your competition. Do what Jose Vega has been doing this entire last 2 years, calling out Richie Torres constantly, saying this is an AIPAC POS. This person takes money from AIPAC, and so does everybody else in these elected positions and sometimes non-elected positions in all these other local spots in politics. And it happens everywhere, not just in New York. It happens in California. So we're going to get to the loudest voice, which we feel is the most honest and courageous one we've heard recently, especially in the last couple of days here. Before I tell you who that person is, who gets the prize, we're going to start with a loudest voice fail. This is Gavin Newsom failing miserably when I said it might be time to change your tune. He certainly changed his tune on AIPAC, but he's not sincere about it any way, shape, or form. And it's abundantly clear to most of us. The only people this will work on that will actually believe his bullshit are people that aren't actually paying attention, and they want to believe that Newsom is the good guy, ready to stand up against Israel. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Here he is trying to pull off that he no longer, or he's never going to, and you don't have to worry about it. He has nothing to do with AIPAC. Here we go. Loudest voice, fail.
Special interest groups, these disproportionately powerful interest groups and lobbyists out of politics so we can make real progress for the American people. I want to list off some special interest groups, and will you say yes or no if you'll take money from them?
All right, let's go.
What about big oil?
Oh, seriously? You're talking to the wrong guy. Like literally big oil's number one enemy.
Dude, this guy with his hand gestures. I'm sorry. I cannot. He's a character. He's a theatrical character. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
Is me. So not a chance in hell.
Big tobacco.
And by the way, they're the polluted heart of this climate crisis. Big oil and the lies and the mistruths they've been perpetuating the American people and the global world and the globe are disgraceful.
Big tobacco.
No damn way. Yeah.
What about AIPAC?
AIPAC never have, and will never will.
Were you promised to fight back against these disproportionately powerful special interest groups that are hurting the American people?
Look, I think you follow the money. Every time something goes wrong, follow the money. I support it. I continue to support it. We've struggled with it, but public financing, we do this. We're constantly doing what we call clean money.
Okay, and then he just goes on from here. But I'm going to tell you, did you notice how quick he answered that question? He was fully prepared for this. This interviewer, whether he knows it or not, whether he got questions approved or not, he might not even know. He might not even connect the dots. He might not be able to do it, or he was told not to do it. But a great follow-up to that, an interruption should have been, hey, Gavin, you answered that pretty quickly about AIPAC. You said you never have done AIPAC. You know this for sure, right? Well, how can you be so sure when you were just asked this question literally 6 weeks ago on another podcast where you didn't have the same exact answer? Here we go.
Like the first to bring up AIPAC in years, which is interesting.
I will not vote for a candidate that takes $1 from AIPAC.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I haven't thought about AIPAC.
Oh, you haven't thought about AIPAC. You haven't thought about AIPAC. You're being told by the podcaster, you're being told that your voters will not vote for anybody who takes $1. And you're sitting going, it's interesting. It's interesting. Shoulder shrug, shoulder shrug.
And it's interesting. You're like the first to bring up AIPAC in years, which is interesting.
The first to bring up, so he's the first time he's been asking about it in years. Well, what was the answer to that question years ago when you were asked about it? Because you don't seem to have been thinking about it at all. And this is just a couple months ago. So this answer significantly changed, right?
Why did I say that? Not relevant to my day-to-day life.
Okay. So he's saying it's not relevant to, so this is just a few months ago. It was not relevant to him, whether or not even thinking about AIPAC. AIPAC didn't affect him. He's not working for the people. He's not making decisions about our money, California money. By the way, California money is going directly to Israel. It's going directly to Ukraine. And it's going directly to Israel. California taxpayers. So he's saying it doesn't affect his daily life. So that's where he was just 2 months ago. But now he said, oh no, I've never taken a dime. Never? Never. Really? Well, you've certainly loved going to Israel. AIPAC paid for you to go to Israel. Look at that. Thank you, Gavin Newsom. This is directly from AIPAC. Thank you, Gavin Newsom, for visiting Israel and standing shoulder to shoulder with our ally. Oh my God. As Isaac Herzog. Thank you, Governor of California. This is, guys, the biggest piece of shit Zionist for visiting. Thank you for your solidarity to Israel. We will never forget our friends who stood by Israel in our most difficult time. So you're getting thanked by standing with Israel. You're getting shared out by AIPAC, and it doesn't affect your day-to-day life, and no one's asked you about it. You don't think about it. It was interesting to you, shoulder shrug. And then all of a sudden, 2 months later, as I explained, the climate has changed. It has actually changed. He had to rehearse that answer. He had to say it. And unfortunately, there are people that believe that he has nothing to do with Israel and AIPAC. There's people that actually believe that. He's lying to you, just so you guys know. 100% lying. But make no mistake, the climate has certainly changed. And this is why the loudest voice of the week is going to go to Annabelle Mendoza. She has called out several of her rivals. There was a Democratic candidate debate for Congress on a stage where she vocally called out AIPAC and pointed directly to her challengers on that stage about everyone that was taking funding. And they looked like they saw a ghost because they had no response. They were squirming. It's pretty badass what she did. And she prepared this. And this is important to see. I hope more people can behave like her and less like a lying Newsom. But watch this behavior, because once you're able to do this for real, it shows. It absolutely shows. And you can become very dangerous, at least as far as exposing the frauds that are running for office around the country to the constituents who a lot of them don't know this is happening. So you need people like Annabelle Mendoza. So take it away, Annabelle. Watch and learn. Anyone else out there running for office, watch and learn. This is excellent performance. Here we go.
Take a single penny from corporate PACs or AIPACs, not now, not ever. But I want to be very clear that there are candidates up here who are bought and sold. Melissa Conyers-Ervin is one of them. And I'll tell you right now, Melissa, you should resign from your post because you have been a horrible city treasurer. And on top of that, you also take AIPAC money, and you are not here to represent the interests of the people that are right before you. In addition to that, Jason Friedman didn't have the courage to show up. Guess what? He's getting AIPAC-aligned money as well. And, you know, Anthony, I really like you, but I also know Michael and Carrie Sachs gave you $7,000, and they are some of AIPAC's biggest donors. So I want to know if you're going to return that money.
Look at his face. Holy crap. Holy crap. What do you do? What do you do? Is this where you say, I really need a Snickers? Or what do you, where is it? Is this, how do you get out of this? Do you confess? What do you guys think he's going to do? Do you see that face? He's caught red-handed and he's being asked a direct question in front of everyone, in front of his constituents. What are you going to do? Are you going to return that money?
I'll get a chance to rebut.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there she is again. This one, deer in headlights. She doesn't know what to say. She don't know what to say. So he might actually return. He might actually return the money. She looks like she wants to get the F out of there. She wants to get the F out of there. Look at that. So that's what it's about. Those type of moments, those Annabelle Mendoza moments, we need more of those. And we, the voter, again, the system's rigged. We're not saying anything other than the fact that we need to be heard in a way where when we say this, we mean this. No vote to anyone on AIPAC payroll. Nobody. Period. We all need to commit to this, and then they're going to be forced to have to either fake it like Newsom or do something real like Annabelle just did. Do you know who was the first to say this in office that really stood up and said it? It was this guy. But it wasn't called AIPAC. It was called the American Zionist. And what he was saying, what JFK was saying in 1963 is the American Zionist, now called AIPAC, is a foreign agent. And they said, you can't do that, Mr. President. He says, the hell I can. Watch me. And he said, you have to say it publicly. You have to declare. Every other foreign agent declares. You're not. By the way, we need to know about your nuclear weapons program. That also needs to happen. Everyone else has to do it. Why are you not doing it? Well, Mr. President, we respectfully decline your ask. And if you keep asking, we're going to have to do something that you're not going to like. And fast forward a month, because that was October of 1963. Fast forward a month. Well, let's just say he wasn't holding up any more signs. Hard to do that from a freaking coffin. But hey, at least he was on the right side with integrity and courage. I don't know if we've had any president since has done that. If we were to try holding people accountable in the president's office, this idea came up. Maybe we should put a NASCAR uniform on them like this. Maybe Trump should be standing up there with this uniform tonight at the State of the Union address, like a NASCAR racer. You could have every single sponsor glued to your chest, and we can know, just like we know with NASCAR racers. We know what's on their car, every stamp of approval, every financial backing, and then we'll know you're with Israel, you're with Palantir, you're with Pfizer, you're with Boeing, you're with Raytheon, you're with Chevron. It's all there. JP Morgan, let's not forget them, and Google. They're all there. Let us know. And the big fat Star David Nazi symbol right on the chest. Like your own freaking superhero there, Trump. You should show up in that. But obviously he won't. So moving forward, take an example from the loudest voice of the week. We're giving it to Annabelle Mendoza. Keep up the good work, and hopefully you inspire others to do the same. Okay, that should do it for the show today. We definitely hit the 4.5 hour mark today. So let's go ahead and end it now. I'll throw a few more comments up for you guys. Thank you so much for being part of the Homeless Left on this Tuesday afternoon. Great show. Thanks to Jay Scott for coming on, and thanks to any mods that helped out today. I didn't see our regular Bonzo Beans, and I didn't see the Due Dissidents, but hopefully we'll get some of them on with us on Thursday. And the rest of you guys, thank you for the super chats and the Rumble rants. Really, really appreciate it. On the way out, this is a not a music video. This is a remix. I don't know what these things are called. There was somebody plays with the words people are saying, and they turn it into a song. They turn it into a rhythmic, melodic song. These things are hilarious. This one especially is hilarious because it's none other than Pam Bondi. You guys remember the Pam Bondi Epstein meltdown? Well, we're calling this the Pam Bondi Epstein meltdown remix. And I wish I could credit the person, but it was shared around. I did not see the credit of it, but whoever did this, great job. If they copyrighted the music, oh well, I guess we'll just have to remove it afterwards. But you guys get to watch it live on the way out. Thank you guys so much for being part of the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to the news. Remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people and free Palestine. We'll see you guys on Thursday.